Hello there, right here. Welcome, guys. We are streaming on Friday, Friday, January 19th. Welcome, everybody. Made ourselves to the weekend. You guys might have had a shorter weekend. There was Martin Luther King Day on Monday. Might have been like just a 4-day weekend or weekday. I hope you guys are doing well. Last stream, we had a Wednesday Snapchat stream. Looked at the new changes. Came with the latest version, which is going to be implemented into 1.20.5 and also 1.20.1. Or I guess 1.21. It's so confusing. And that includes the removal of some of the spawn chunks and also ability to once again load the end dimension. It's pretty sweet. So today we are going to hopefully work on a video talking about how to load the end dimension, all the little cool things you can do with it. That's the goal for today. Hopefully get around to recording it. I decided to break the video into two parts. So one is going to be about kind of like end dimension loading. And then the second part will be about like spawn chunks and chunk loading in general. And I'll try to remember to do an actual tutorial on the chunk loaders. That way people not only understand like how it works and cool things you can do with it, but also if you don't understand quite how to build these machines, I'll try to do a walkthrough of that as well. Yeah, welcome in everybody. We got a chat. What is this? Welled? Welcome in, Welled. Also got Rick here. Hey Rick, got that lovely 14-month sub. Let me write up a message about what we're working on today. And while that's going on, I'll throw up my socials. You guys can check those all out. Please join my Discord. I am in the Discord voice call if you guys want to listen in rather than through Twitch. While there's an ad running, let me go ahead and write up a message for what we're working today. Ray is making a video about all the cool things you can do with chunk loading the animation in 1.21. Okay. I guess you're right. 1.20.5 update. All details here. Alrighty. Nice. Sweet deal. Also, sent an announcement onto my community page on YouTube. So you guys have the bell notification turned on to all. Look at that, as well as onto my Twitter. You guys can follow me at Ray's Works. Do sometimes post in real life photos over there, as well as the latest changes to the game through announcements and videos, letting you know about the latest streams as well, so you guys can keep up to date. And also those announcements are put through my Discord if you turn on the announcement emoji for either getting announcements about YouTube videos or my streams. Alrighty, so when everybody comes back from the ad, they should be able to see this. And I'll use my foot controller today. Try to change up the way you do inputs into the computer. So you're not doing the same repetitive motions, so you don't get repetitive strain injury. RSI. The title also says, I guess probably won't be on the testing server, but you guys are welcome to test stuff out. Testing server, is it updated to the B snapshot? Not a really big deal, but okay, it's still in the A snapshot, but I really don't worry about updating it until there's actually something major. They just fixed some crashes. We really haven't experienced the crashes on the testing server, so it's probably fine. Okay, so controllers are showing up for you guys as well. Welcome back, everybody. So, I pinned a message about what our goal is today. the introduction of reloading or re-adding chunk loading for the end dimension. I have this really spiffy little setup here which shows you how many chunks are being loaded around it. And I was doing some testing, which I turned in my settings. But we have these chunk detecting bees that can tell what chunks are being loaded in the pad of it. Works pretty nicely. If I leave, chunks should unload after 15 seconds. Okay. Or maybe it's immediately. I think it's immediately if you leave through the portal. We throw item in. Now you can see which chunks are being loaded. So if I put in some of those bees, you can see that we got 2 entity processing, 1 block processing, and 1 mobcat processing. Also, I should probably put in a command that automatically gives me night vision. So it looks nicer for you guys. But yeah, so this bee, kind of, this is the center chunk. And then this one's also being activated, as well as this one and that one. Just to be sure, let's just double check. Let's double check this corner. And we'll check each of these corners. We can always kill these bees. They're not too much of a pain. Okay, we'll clear the chat. Throw item in. We should see, yeah, we should see all 4 of them be block processing. Okay. That just confirms that we are looking at it properly. Get rid of the extra bees. So this world will be the world download that I provide. Probably also update some of my what do you want to call them? Some of my simple farms. I like my sand generator. Probably update that world with the actual chunk loader in it. Okay. Go ahead and put that command in. We give ourselves night vision. It's here, but it's just not working, I guess. It's not working because the spawn chunks unload. Yeah, I don't have it right now, so what do I need to do? Always active, repeat, unconditional. I think this might just be glitched out command. So last time it went off, it says it was 1300. Actually, it says it's activated right now. I clearly don't have night vision. 8 true, or wait, what's this saying? Oh, so it's having some problems with it or something? How about that? Oh, I had a space in there. Okay. Not a big fan of that. Command blocks. Commands don't work if there's a space. Is that true when you also type it out? Here's, if I put a space there, works just fine. It does make me wonder. Could write a bug report for that. Oh, you scroll down to see the rest of the chat. Hey, Woodwarden, welcome in. We also got Valoriz, first time chatter. Great to see some new faces. How you guys doing? Start to the weekend. Oh, Jade is here. Woodward says he built a magma cube farm. Install a mod with the auto clicker. I mean, you don't have to. You could always just sit there and manually kill them too, or you know, put down something else to kill them, like some powder snow. You can always check out my magma cube farms because mine don't need to have auto clickers. See what I do. I think it's just powder snow and maybe I have an iron golem in one of them. Okay, so before I make a bug report on that, or just see if there is a bug report on that, let me switch over so you guys. This is my void testing run. If I want to test something like for a long period of time, this is the world I use. Wonder, is the portal noise this noise? Okay, it is. But yeah, but this is just a chunk loader. Well, maybe it's block noise. We do a tick sprint for a bunch of days. Just to show you that this is can go on for a long time. While that's running, let's make that bug report. Or actually, let's figure out. There probably is a bug report that. Because it does seem like a pretty old problem. I just search command space. What was the other thing I searched? I probably need to narrow it down more. Context text. Supposed to be text here. Oh. Command block space. Just search for sub edition. Okay, there's a lot of bugs related to it. A lot of them are duplicates. Invalid. And I can write fail, maybe. I think of like the general words people would use to make this bug report. Command blocks ignore trailing spaces when checking syntax. What? I think this is the opposite of what we want. Command blocks trim spaces when checking syntax, but don't when running commands, which hopefully intended. This is a situation where no syntax error is shown, but the command will not execute. This almost sounds like it used to work the other way around, but then they changed it. Some commands in a command block will not run if the last picture is a space. Okay, this is what we're looking for. Let me guess. Because it's fixed. Actual problem might rather be ignoring trailing spaces. And running a command might not be wanted behavior. Okay, we're going back to the same one as before. Kind of interesting. You run a command, chat, multiple consecutive spaces will collapse to a single space. Okay, well, looks like they're aware of this bug, but they made it the way they want to. I don't quite understand. I guess I could just... I can make a bug report just saying there's inconsistencies. And then they can either just say that's the way they want the bug or what or whatever. Man blocks fail with base at end of command, but same command in chat succeeds. Succeeds. This will succeed. Succeed. Let's tell me to drink up. Thanks for following, Vixen. Oh, if you guys haven't already hit the follow button, if you do so by hitting the heart, you get some free emotes and points to purchase stuff. Plus, it'll help us get closer to 50,000 followers. Trying to achieve, yeah. I try to put it in the pinned message, that way I don't have to continuously answer that question. I know people come in and out of the chat different times. Okay, expected version. Okay. That part is so funny. So when you have options to choose which version it's broken, you can click future version or future update, right? The thing is, whenever you choose this option, they always tell you don't choose this option because this update's not out yet, so you don't know if it's broken or not. But then I don't really quite understand why do they have this option here, because people accidentally click it all the time. Oh! Vixen! Vixen! Thank you so much for coming in with the tier 1 sub. Welcome to the Gordy Gang. Get some cool perks as a thank you for coming in with a Twitch sub. Check us out with the link there in chat. If you guys are wondering what y'all get as a supporter of mine, it's all there. You also get closer to 50 Twitch subscribers, which is our goal in the top right hand corner. You get your name on the screen there. By the way, you can also get those perks if you are a Patreon of mine, a YouTube membership, or Discord membership. One of the perks is even you can join me playing in our challenge world, which we're doing Warden World currently. Check out how you can get onto there. Looks like this. Hopefully this will kind of explain what's going on. Bell with space and command needs. Might be intended based off of their ports. Intended. Okay. guess I take a screenshot. Jane says, when the sub runs out, it can automatically get locked out of the channels. What it does is it just removes your subscriber role on the Discord, and then that role only lets you get to certain channels, if you're talking about channels. But yeah, same thing for the server. It just removes your name from the waiting list automatically. Okay, I'll just take a screenshot of this. Okay. Oh yeah, when we go back to this world, is it gonna be going fast again? Oh, okay, it just stops it. That's fine. I had these hot cocoa packs, and I've been using them up since it's been so cold. It's perfect time. I got them in the summertime. I thought, what in the world am I gonna do with hot cocoa in the summertime? Okay, this looks like a pretty good bug report. There was another bug report I wanted to make, but I can't think what it is. It was something really minor like this. Oh, well, no, it probably wasn't this, but I was like sitting here staring at this the other day, and I noticed that this pixel here doesn't light up, but this pixel does. But I think that's normal because there's some pixels up here that don't seem to change. I can't tell if they're changing at all. I get there's a little bit of uniformity or ununiformity. There was another bug I was going to report, but I can't remember what that was. Anyways, so this is just a chunk loader. So on this side, we're in one chunk in the overworld, and this is where you would want one of these chunk loaders to get loaded to start with, but once it's loaded, then it can continue working. And then it's throwing items in. Items are coming through. And then they are getting picked up, transported around, dropped back out again. This is the part that just returns the items back again. I just seen this fire here. I thought it was going to burn my leaves, but I made a couple different designs, tried them out. Some of them don't work. Like this one, the items eventually get stuck. There's one with mine carts. Not this one. This one. Yeah, mine carts can get lost. They can get stuck down here. You relog. Is this portal open? The chunk or the pushing carpets through works pretty well. But I wanted to make another option for people that don't want to use carpets that I was showing this. If you guys didn't see my original video on chunk loading, I show some methods of how to chunk load. The nether dimension as well as the end dimension. And I show both items and entities like minecarts. But since then, a lot of people have re-showed my video. And I find that so funny because some of the people, they'll like change the design, but they don't understand like what they're changing. So they end up they'll actually cause it to fail by changing it. Hey Folkty, welcome in. It says, yo, what's up? Can you teach how to make a chunk updater? I think you're talking about like a chunk loader. Yeah, I do have a whole playlist on chunk loading. I do talk about it in the video that's linked in the pinned message, so if you want to check that out. Otherwise, you can wait for this next video, which I'm working on at the moment. So yeah, the carpet one works. The minecart one can break, but it can work in some situations. And then this one doesn't work because items, they shoot items a little bit with a little bit not enough momentum, so they can get stuck inside the portal. But this one here works fine. I haven't seen any items get stuck on the edge. The main thing, you just don't, if you want to, you don't want to come in and replace items. The main thing is to just make sure the items don't get lost. So, this side just, whenever items it gets, just immediately sends them over. But this is the side that you normally load. Actually, now that I think about it, you're actually more likely to load the nether side. I wonder if that could be used as a tactic. Because the nether dimension is smaller, you know? You could, instead of having to actually go to a location, you could just come over here to the nether dimension. And if I just hop in the nether dimension, you have your chunks turned up. You can actually load this portal. And then this portal would throw items through, which would load this portal. And this is where you'd have like your sand generator or something else. So actually it might be smarter to switch these two around. But right now I'm just in a testing world. Hey, not made it. Do I not exist, or are you too focused on Minecraft? Did I miss your early message? Oh, I did miss it. You said, hello there, Ray. There? No, wait. Hello? Yeah, hello there, Ray there. Yeah, I just missed your message. Sometimes, you know what? Sometimes, Nada, when I look in chat, because I'm so used to seeing the Streamlabs spot, which has the mod, sword, I kind of ignore the Streamlabs chat because it just tells me when to drink water. No, I shouldn't really ignore it because I'm supposed to be drinking water. But anyways, I get so used to seeing the Streamlabs bot that when you talk, it has a sword, and then I just kind of ignored the whole sword thing. I know. I mean, your name are different colors, and I mean they are different. But it's weird how that is. After a while, you just kind of get used to it. Okay. So yeah. So besides just putting items in a circle, there's a few cases where this could break. So one of them is relogging. So let me see if I can pull up. See if I can pull up the program. Razor. Turn my keyboard on. Okay. So I have made this little macro on one of my extra keyboards, but it should automatically reload the world. It just kind of does a couple different key commands. The whole idea is when you reload the world, what happens is the portal in the overworld is going to send items into the nether, but the nether might not have enough time to load, so it might take in those items, but then if you relog again, those items are now unloaded again. The whole dimension is loaded. So essentially what you're doing is you're shoving items into a dimension that constantly gets unloaded, and it causes it to just get stuck there. Once in a while, the command doesn't work quite right. Look at all the Gordy hypes. Gordy parties. I get confused for a thing that's not living. Don't let Streamlabs bot hear that. He might get mad at you. He thinks he's living. But yeah, I guess it can look kind of confusing, but essentially the items that come out of here are going into the portal, and the items that you see coming out of the portal are actually different. They're not the same items that are coming out of here. Those are items that are coming from the other dimension. They might look like items that are getting shot out of the dropper, but they're actually coming through the portal. But yeah, so it works. The main thing I want to have, I guess the way to fix the problem with unloading is to have some extra items over in the whatever dimension you're going to typically load. You want to have some extra items in that dimension that can be put through the system. They can be put through the system to reload it. You want to have a bunch of extra ones. Have enough so that they kind of like in the buffer zone, so that you can, even if somebody unloads a few times, they don't accidentally send all the items over, which is a problem that can happen with the minecarts. Even if you have unless you have like a bunch of extra storage or minecarts, I suppose you could just try to make it work with some storage. So that's the idea. So the idea is, items are coming over here, and then we have a smart system, which is reading the items are back here, and if they're being read, then they're just sending them up this dropper tower and back into there. It works, but I kind of wanted to do it a little differently. You also need to, what I really actually originally wanted to do, I want to put, like, because you need some extra items in order in case something goes wrong. I was hoping to store the extra items like in here, so that they're not being constantly moved. And then I would only access these items whenever we run into the weird scenario where the chunks don't quite load. The problem is, when we do run into that scenario, what's going to happen is the machine's going to access these extra items. It's going to start sending them to the nether to load it. And then when those items come back again, they're going to end up down here. I don't really want them to end up here. I don't really, yeah, I guess they can end up here. But essentially, I want them to be like stored in one area and only be used when necessary. So I think what I actually want to do, instead of putting in a smart system, the smart system is essentially every item that comes back again, it's just immediately sending it all the way up and through the circle. So if I put like a whole stack of items in here, the clock over here is just going to constantly go off, trying to send them all through the portal. And we really need to send one item every 15 seconds. Probably a little bit under 15 seconds, just so we don't have to worry about lag. Thanks for drink up, Naughty Hub. There's a small detail you want to fix. I don't see anything. I don't see anything. Don't bother. Quote 177. Okay. And thanks everybody contributing to the community challenge. But yeah, so I think we're just gonna put in a slower clock here. Clock has to be faster than 15 seconds. Otherwise, if this gets loaded, or if this gets loaded by chunk loader, it needs to be able to turn on for 15 seconds and do everything it needs to do. Oh, okay. And then also this system here. So this system is if you run into a scenario where one of the items gets lost, then it'll automatically resend it through again. Or I'll send a new one, or I'll send, I guess I'm not quite too sure. I guess the items, yeah, if the items get lost in the other dimension, then this would detect that there's not a signal coming through. So essentially, every time a pulse comes through, we keep a track of that. We say, hey, a pulse didn't come through, therefore the system's going to die, and we need to restart it. And then I'll just activate another one. But we might be able to get away from this just by using a clock on the other side. My concern is I guess the main problem with these is that the main problem with just the chunk loading is relogging. If you're not loading this device and you relog, it will turn off in single player. In multiplayer, it should continue unless you restart the server. So if you relog in single player, you do have to be within range of this for it to start up again.
Hey.
Oh, hey. But the thing is, you want to make sure that it does the items through. We could just try a clock. I mean, this is kind of a clock, but it's not actually a clock. It's only a clock when there's actually items here. If there's no items here, then it doesn't turn into a clock. I might be able to get away from using this device. We just have a clock running. Remove this. Remove this for now. We just put a clock here. Relogging it will just send an item through no matter what. Now, if you continue to relog, you eventually would be able to put all the items over, but it's unlikely for you to constantly be relogging. So I think a clock could work here. If that's the case, always try to do something a bit differently. But go ahead and we'll just put another one of these in. Just to save on hoppers. We do got 2 hoppers over here. That work fine. Thanks for following, Hard Hat. Keep your head safe. We'll put a clock in here. So I guess the way this works, as long as there's items in here, it keeps going off. There's no items, it turns off. You are getting items stuck in here, right? I think this has to do with it being butted. That's one thing I was having problems with, is so this one here, this is powering this, and this is also powering this one, but this block is also bud powering this dropper. And because it's bud powering it, if it gets an update, even like this dust turning off could update it. And you think the update would send items upwards, but looks like what the problem is, updates actually, what it's actually doing is it's saying that this is being powered sometimes. Oh, how did that turn off? Just ran out items. Yeah, essentially it's saying it's saying that it's being powered sometimes. If it's powered, it can't get powered again. So therefore, it doesn't send the item upwards. So for this to work, we need to get around this whole budding problem. I think we can get around with this by... We could probably hook this and this clock up together. Just make it one continuous clock. Let's work backwards. So by powering this dropper here, we're going to update this one, as well as this one. But this one's actually getting updated twice. It's also getting bud updated by this one up here. And it's a little bit difficult to tell if that's going to be a problem or not. Q says, when is the server going to update? We're not, because the testing server is only on a B snapshot. It's not a big deal. It has pretty much all the same features as the other one, so you could just play the other one or get the other version, the older version. Should be fine. We could do something like this. And then we can have a clock over here. What do I want? I want a comparator here. I want a block there. I want this putting to there, and then the rest of us here. Okay, something like that board. So this is sending an update every time. Turn on and off, which is quite a bit of updates. We could make it slower. Yeah. A bit confusing because items are going in and items are also coming out. They're coming out from the exact same location. I could make them come out from different location, but it's probably better to line it up. That's because there's no, when you hop through portals, depending on where you go through the portal, can change how you pop up in the nether. Well, especially in the nether side. If you go from the nether to the overworld, you could link up with a different portal. So it's probably good that they're lined up both on one side to minimize going to a different portal. Alrighty. Let's just put in a slower clock. The main thing is with this whole design, I'd probably try and keep it somewhat small just in case somebody ends up placing it pretty close to pretty close to the edge of the border. We kind of need like this whole collection side with this whole thing. We kind of need all that. Could go bits. It doesn't really matter because this is all. This could be outside the border. All this could be. Main thing you want inside is these 2 blocks here, and then these 2 portal blocks. You want this inside of your main chunk area. I guess just to keep it simple, yeah, you should keep that all in one chunk. And then this redstone, that's fine. Mostly we're just paying attention to where the entity goes into the portal. And then when it comes to the portal, it's going to load this chunk. And it's also going to load the other chunks. So as long as this is kind of small, it'll be fine. Okay, so let's put in a slower clock. Yeah, so it doesn't really matter if the redstone's in or not. But I could also fit the redstone underneath too. I'm just trying to think how I can make a slow clock. Probably a fade clock. We'll try a fade clock. We want it to be like a little bit under 15 seconds. Now we'll try to also build it underneath just to minimize the footprint because chunks go to top to the bottom of the world. So rather than trying to build it horizontally, building it vertically, this would be a little bit more minimalistic. And that way people don't get so confused. Sometimes people get kind of confused what parts are essential in a build and which parts aren't. But anyways, what we could do is, since we got all this footprint to use, we can throw in comparators here. This is actually part of the footprint, but the whole thing's only 4 blocks. 4 blocks this way and 4 blocks that way. So it doesn't matter which direction we go, right? Anyways, what we'll do is we'll see if we can try to make a fade clock here. We'll see how slow this fade clock is actually. And then when the fade clock ends, we want it to like restart stuff. So we want to go through the repeaters. And then over here. This is kind of how it would work. I don't know how long a fade clock like this works. Let me just time it. Okay, start it. About 10 seconds. Let me run a couple laps and see what the average time is. I think 10 seconds is fine. Might be more, like 11 seconds. Which is pretty close to 15. You don't want to get like exactly 15. Because chunk might get some lag or something. Okay. Like around 10 seconds. That's fine. Now if we want to add in a little bit more time, we can put these on full delay. So right now we're getting 2 updates. We're getting an update right there. That computer is being read. That's what we're using to control it. So we're getting an update when it turns off. So notice when this turns off, we're also going to update when it turns back on again. The question is there anywhere inside this clock where it only turns off once per loop? And I think the answer is no. Because each of these redstone components, they all turn on and they also turn off. And because observers can read any type of change, they don't necessarily read on and off changes. So what I think we should do is we need to put in an actual component which only reads redstone components. So we need something like a piston or something. Something that will only move when it actually gets powered. Well, I guess, yeah, redstone components can also move when they're not powered too. Oh, your question about the updating server? Don't worry about it, Cutie, because it's just a B snapshot. Nothing too important in it. When there's a snapshot next week, we'll update it. So we need to change this redstone into like a 1 signal. Easiest way I could think to do this is just by putting in like a piston here. And then the piston will touch this observer up here, right? Well, I guess it can also send an update when it removes itself from it. Maybe if I put the piston like over here. This is still going to create a 2 updates, isn't it? Because it's going to create an update there, and then when it removes itself, it's going to create an update. So probably sticky piston with the observer actually on it. Wait, is that going to do it? Because when that removes itself, it's also going to create an update. We could run this actual redstone to each of these components rather than using observers. I guess while there's an ad running, let me refill my drinking cup. And then we'll see if we can get this working. Be right back. And I'm back. Perfect timing. Thanks for lurking, hard hat. Oh, KGC, so you're working on a snapshot mod. Nice. What are you trying to modify? Trying to like understand code behind it. Okay, so we just need to turn this signal into one update, and then two updates. Hey, Barry. Oh, you're adding a few mods, okay. What are you trying to add? Okay, so if we decide to just do redstone, we do something like I guess we can probably use glass. What I want to do is the redstone to point into this. Do that. Could pull redstone from there. Pull it from here. Could pull it from over here. I powered this. I need to power this one and the other one over there at the same time. Or I need to put in a hopper over there. Remap obfuscated stuff in logs. Remaps it. How does remapping help you? Okay, so I need to directly power that so I can power that in the background. Or I could put power on this side. Yeah, this is probably the best if I could get this to work. Anyway, it'd be something like this. I need this to point into there. I also need that one to get powered and that one back there to get powered. In this context, is making stuff less confusing, re-obfuscating. I'm not wrong. Are you trying to de-obfuscate it? Does that Minecraft kind of like provide the code or something with the updates now? At least that's what it sounded like. I never looked into it. Okay, so what we need to do is power that one over there. We need something to directly power this. To directly power this, we need to have like repeater pointing into there, which means we need that block to be freed up, which we could drop this all down by one. What else could we do? Okay, we'll just try that. Right now we're trying to compact it, I guess. Probably shouldn't be compacting it. I always say don't compact it until you make sure it's working, but I'm pretty sure it's working. De-obfuscating can also mean to make mapping. Huh. Never heard that term. Provides their own set of mapping calls. Moj map, but you still need remap it. So why is it? Is it the Moj map? Is that just too confusing to understand, or what? Is it like kind of their own lingo? Okay, so that powers that. That should work. Powers those three. This one powers this one. Butts that one. Since they're all get part of the same time, should work. And we lost a couple of our comparators, but we can put the comparators on this end here. Doesn't matter if we're hanging off one block over here or hanging off one block over here. Okay, so we're back to how it was before. This block should still make it work the same way. Put a repeater or put a torch here. Have some problems. Yeah. Another thing we could do is we could put it on this side. We put the torch here, or that torch. The torch can be on this side too, isn't it? Just a matter of moving some stuff around to make it work. This to here. This have to be a target block, I guess. It's kind of funny because like they provided us with the target block. But then I try avoiding using the target block just because it's a little bit more expensive. What is it, like a hay bale and some redstone? Is it just redstone dust or redstone blocks? Maybe just redstone dust. Okay, this is not what we want. We only can have one of these blocks. We either have a block on this side or a block on that side. We kind of need this block. I mean, if I put in this, it's not gonna really work so well. We kind of need a solid block here just to raise it up so we can reach this corner here. But I kind of also need it on this side for the torch. I could always put the torch down here, but that makes it a little bit more annoying. Then I have to lower this down. And then I do still need to put a repeater. I guess we could just do this. Not that big a deal. Usually I want to put a repeater on quite a few delays. This is powering that. That's going back into this. That's starting it. We only have one block. So this should be about the same thing we had last time. Same footprint too. A Java program comes in a way where you can decompile it, but Minecraft uses obfuscation, so it's harder to decompile. But didn't they decompile it? I thought they changed it so they decompile
harder to decompile, harder to understand once you decompile it.
They did it on purpose?
Mm?
You saying
They do it
Moji?
on purpose to make it harder to understand the code, so actors with somewhat malicious intents can't just steal the code.
Okay.
That's why.
So they made it so people can deobfuscate it, but once you deobfuscate it,
No, they can't make it so people they can't make it in a way where you can't decompile it, and I think the
Are you saying
mapping is
cannot?
unstable online. Hmm?
Are you saying cannot?
I lost my thinking process. Thinking.exe has crashed.
Try rebooting it. Have you tried turning it on, turn it back on again? Turn it off and turn it back on again? Okay. Maybe I should ask one question at a time. I guess the main thing is, you're saying that they provide the code, that people can get access to the Minecraft code, but it's obfuscated. And the only way you can deobfuscate it is by using third-party programs, you're saying. Mojang publishes maps, but makes you remap. Okay. It's unclear why, as they publish mapping. Public asset as long as you remap. Okay, so they don't want you to use the exact same code that they have. They give you remapping, but it doesn't get you to the original looking code. Do you understand that correctly? By the way, we should check to see if this is working. Okay, shoot something out. I think that detector is on the other dimension. Using the mapping can get you the same code. Rename the jar to a zip. No. Let me figure out where these chunk loaders are at. These chunk detectors. I think one of them might be in the overworld. Okay, so we got 1B over here. That's fine. Oh, these two portals are in the same chunk. Okay, that's not a big deal. The one we're testing is this one here. Sends the item over. Let's remove the other chunk beads. I think there's one way over here, maybe. Yeah, it's over here somewhere. Oh, here it is. Die, bee. No. They are pretty strong. Alright, let's go through this portal. Go back. This one's just trying to send back every item as soon as it gets it. And then this is where the item should be stored up. Should be stored up here. Let's just clear out this for now. So what we're looking for is we're trying to make sure we don't end up getting some of our items lost somewhere along here. They should all be here, or they should be all accessible at least. I'm gonna get like stuck in another weird spot. This looks like it works fine. We should double check the timing maybe. I guess we can watch it from here. We'll time this. Okay, start. Lap. About 10 seconds. Lap. Another lap. Yeah, it's about 10 seconds. Okay, we got 10 seconds. That's pretty good. This looks okay. We do got some redstone dust here, but you kind of need redstone dust for this type of block. And I think this is fine. Just trying to see if I can practice it all. Could put some more repeaters to add some more delays. Could add in more. If we add in more comparators, it's going to be slower. It might be too slow. Yeah, not really a programmer. I do some programming on Python, but that's about it. I would like to get into programming more, just I don't really have a use for it.
What was your first program except for Hello World?
What? Oh, the thing with the hello world. Yes.
What is your first program, not including a Hello World one?
My first program? I don't know. Yeah. Me and my brothers, we made some programs to automate things on the computer. I mean, they would look for different things on the computer, different images, and be able to click them and automate processes. But like, I know how to make Python code, but really I just like see what other people do and just put their code into my code and just tweak it. But then I try to kind of understand how it works.
Basically a typical programmer.
What?
Basically a typical programmer.
Program, yeah. I do feel like I get smarter every time though. It's like, oh, so like sometimes you'll try to write a code that does something specifically, and then it's like, oh wait, you could just download a library and the library does it for you.
Yeah, that's about what Python is like. If you go into Java or C++, C Sharp, you have as many options to solve this problem as you have library. This problem in Python. And in languages like C, you have like 3 options and 2 of them suck.
Okay, so you're saying in Python there's a lot of specific codes and libraries that do specific things?
Python has libraries which solve most of the problems you are encountering.
Okay. You're saying Java doesn't have that.
You end up just typing 100 lines of code instead of 30 files.
Okay, so you're saying Java doesn't have as many libraries?
Java has libraries, just they're more. I've not seen smaller libraries for Java, but I've not explored Java too much.
Okay. Just trying to get like a yes or no answer so I can understand what's going on.
Although Java has a lot more built-in functions than Python and stuff like and languages like that.
Oh, okay, the more built-in, okay. I guess the main thing, I'd probably do more coding, I just don't like the idea of doing so much typing. Like,
Just use AI.
yeah, I know. Now the AI's around, I might actually try doing more coding.
Here's the problem with AI. It's helpful for debugging, but if you don't use it to learn, then what's the point of the AI?
Okay, so you said you gotta use the AI to learn yourself, right? Kind of.
When you copy paste code that AI made,
Yeah.
you should first of all try to understand what the AI just made.
Okay. I mean, that's similar to copying anybody's code, right?
Yeah.
Maybe we could do a stream where we try to look at the Minecraft code and modify it. That'd be fun. Always wanted to kind of learn how to look at the Java code, understand.
I think before that you should do a stream learning Java or the basics of Java.
Yeah, I watched like a lot of tutorials on the basics of Java, but I don't really learn just by watching. I learn by like actually doing. I think it'd be better if it's like maybe it would help to understand like the whole string thing, because sometimes I get confused by the strings and like how
I
it
can give
checks
you
different
documentation.
places.
Okay. If you want, I can give you some sources and I can some resources and I can give you a place where you can run Java in your browser maybe.
Oh, okay, sure. Like I had the different Java programs. What do you call them? The things where you.
IDEs, integrated development
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
environments.
yeah.
Oh.
I have the two common ones. But yeah, I mean like maybe if some
The
person could
most
explain
common
it.
one is IntelliJ,
Mm-hmm.
I think.
I have that one.
Okay.
And I have this other one. It's like I don't know, like a moon or something or lunar or something.
Eclipse.
Oh, Eclipse. I knew it had something to do with the moon.
You are correct.
Lunar solstice. No, eclipse. But yeah, this machine looks good. Yeah, if you want to send me those,
Is
go
an
ahead on
older
Discord.
IDE. You still find people using it. IntelliJ is the newer, smarter IDE.
Okay. Because I don't know, like I had one person who was teaching me Java, and they're like, "You gotta use Eclipse." Another one, and I had a different person teaching me, like, "You gotta use IntelliJ or whatever." Like they're just so, they're just like,
Yeah.
they're just so dedicated to that one. I was like, I don't know enough to
Everyone has
comment.
preferences. It's really hard to move someone to a different IDE or platform because IntelliJ is a part of a family of IDEs, which
Yeah.
is owned by a company called JetBrains. If you want to look them up.
I've heard that before.
They have a lot of popular IDEs,
Okay.
which include Python IDEs, Rust IDEs. Basically, there are a lot of them.
Yeah, I pretty much need someone to kind of explain how Java like looks into different. I don't know what you call them. Like it looks in different areas for different things. Like I still need to understand like the basics of Java, but yeah, if you send me some videos that explain it, maybe I can watch them. But I feel like I watch a video, I need to also like participate in doing some of the like example codes.
If you want, I know how to use IntelliJ, but you can also look up for an Eclipse tutorial or something.
Sure. I mean, to me, it doesn't matter which one I'm using, long as it's like one that's gonna work, in the future.
Okay. IntelliJ is the more modern IDE of the two, from what
Okay.
I've seen.
And do they cost money to like get
Uh,
features and stuff?
IntelliJ has a free community edition, but it also has a a, a premium version.
I see.
I use the community edition and it works just fine.
Hmm.
I don't use
Yeah.
many of the
Okay.
features.
I guess my question was, it's kind of, yeah, kind of like that. It's like, if, let's say you get, like, you might be using like a free version, and then you might get to a point where it would have been better to use a different version of it because you're using the free version. You get to a point where it's like, okay, you can't do anything unless you
It's
pay.
really, I think it's easy to migrate from the free to the premium version.
No, I mean, like, let's say IntelliJ has like some features that go up so far, then features beyond that are you have to pay for it, right? But if you would have learned Eclipse, then maybe Eclipse would have had all the features for the free version and the premium version of the other one. That's what I'm saying.
The thing is, it depends really, because if you really want a free IDE, I would recommend Visual Studio Code.
Okay, I've heard that one.
Yeah, it's for Microsoft. It's a general purpose text editor. It's not just an IDE.
Mm-hmm.
And it has an extensive community with and I think I've seen someone use Visual Studio Code to make a Rust implementation of
Okay.
the Minecraft
See,
server once.
Kiryu says, "I'm not watching the stream because you stopped working on the farm." We're actually testing the farm right now. This is a speed test, but we're also talking about Java to pass the time. I'm just making sure the machine doesn't break. Go check the nether side. On this side, I decided just to put in some observer clocks. I feel like that's all I really need. I could probably do something like... Could probably do like one clock and then go downwards and power the rest of it. So if we have, I'm just trying to see if we can do it in less than 4 observers. So if we have one clock here, and the next one goes down, I guess this one kind of needs to power both these. But then maybe I can go up and then power this. This is only gonna power this one, not gonna power this one. Powering this, but it's not powering that. But probably better just to put in 2 separate clocks. But yeah, I am curious. Maybe we could do a stream where we look at the Minecraft code and tweak it. That's what I was doing before. I was having someone that helped me. They actually would. It was actually possible to like be running Minecraft and like changing the code at the same time. Are you familiar with that?
With?
Did you hear what I said?
Someone that did it for you?
No. They were teaching me how you can go into like the code editing software and be running Minecraft at the same time. You could change it. You could change the code and run it in the game, kind of like at the same time.
Okay.
I mean, are you familiar with that?
Not really.
Okay.
I can look into it.
I just can't remember what we call them, IDEs.
Integrated development environments, yeah.
Yeah. I can't remember which one they were using, but they were real-time modification of the currently executing code. It says Bert Potato.
Okay.
Is that what it's called? But it was kind of nice because you could like tweak something in the code and then you could see how it affects the in-game, inside the game. And I don't know how it was possible. it was, you know, obviously a modded version of Minecraft probably. Because you couldn't, yeah, I don't know how that works. Would you have to like decompile it probably? Or compile it and then run it? I'm not sure. But that's what I'd like to do. I'd like to be able to tweak stuff in game, or tweak stuff in the Minecraft code and then see how it changes in the game. That's the main thing I like to do. Because a lot of times I have a lot of questions. And you can look at the code, but sometimes I just hard to understand exactly what's going on in the code, but it's easier to like tweak something in the code and then see how it changes. But if I could do that, then I could be, I feel like that would actually help me have fun in Minecraft. Yeah, I think this is working fine. The question is, does this side also continue loading? Because this side doesn't have the clock that allows it to restart. So this wouldn't be a spot where you would want to reload. A technical term or something like hot swapping or similar. Oh, okay. I've heard of what do they call it, cold fix and a hot fix. Java has 4 integer types.
Number.
5 if you include Boolean, 7 if you include floating point numbers. Okay, I kind of learned about those when I was learning about Java, and I just learned about them too just by playing with the data, right? Because like things could be float, like I said, Boolean. What's there's like one like called like a double Boolean or something.
Float and a long or an int.
Oh yeah, long, integer, short. There's something that's called like a double.
Yeah, there's float and double, which are used for representing floating point integers. Boolean represents 1 or 0, which is why I also said it kind of is an integer.
Oh.
As well as there's byte.
Thank you so much for coming in with the tier 1 sub. Getting pretty close to our sub goal in the top right hand corner. We're at 48 out of 50. Appreciate it. Make sure to take advantage of all the cool perks you get along by being a supporter of mine. The link there in chat. Sakana Ren says, thank you for helping me with my magma farm. It now works. I derped and put the farm in the wrong biome. No problem. I can't remember when I helped you, but I answer like 100 messages a day. So I'm glad I was able to help you. But I don't exactly remember which comment was yours. So yeah, I'm glad you got that figured out. Welcome to the stream. Helped me earlier this week, to be honest. Oh, I'm glad it worked out for you. I don't remember, but like I ended up helping a lot of people. I remember this one person. It was a different game, and I must have helped them. They were asking some questions about the game, and I helped them. And then I just happened to run into them in the game. It was like a what do they call it, multiplayer RPG. I ran into the game, and they're like, "Thank you so much for helping me." And I was just like, "Oh." I was like, "Okay, I don't remember helping you." And they're like, "Wow, you must help a lot of people." I was like, "Yeah, kind of have a tendency to want to help people." Different game, yeah. This is like before Minecraft was a game. It was a different game that I was playing. You might have heard it's called RuneScape. Yeah, the person was like so shocked, and they're like, "Wait, you don't remember me? You must help a lot of people." I was like, "Yeah." But yeah, welcome to the stream, by the way. Glad you can make it. Got some cool emotes there. I'm currently working on a video about end chunk loading. I'm just trying to show a couple different types of chunk loaders people can choose from. Because I know some people play in servers where like it'll automatically delete items every once in a while. You kind of want one of these items that will replenish. Oh my goodness! Bert Potato coming in with 5 gifted subs. Holy muggers. Wow. That's crazy. Dang. Thank you, Bert. Let's read off who all got a gifted sub. Oh, Wiley Kaido got one. He's one of our stream moderators. Awesome. Also, Zoomies got one. We got the name about cats zipping around. Also, Fire Demon. Pretty well known in the chat. Unknown is here too. Lurking, I bet. That's awesome. We know Unknown. And Sports Jockey. Sports Junkie also got one. That's sweet. Dill. If you guys did get gifted sub, be sure to thank Bert Potato for gifting out that to you. And also check out all the cool perks you get along with it there in the chat with that link there to sub perks. Thank you, Bert. I think we're gonna reach our sub goal, right? Let me see what it says. Yes, 53 out of 50. Yay! Oh, can we get some hype in the chat? Reaching our sub goal. We reached 50 subs. That's awesome. Thank you, everybody who supports me. If you guys don't know, always support me for free as well, just by sharing what I do with other Minecrafters or leaving likes on the videos. All helps out. Thank you so much, Bert. By the way, if you guys did get one of those free gifted subs, you might be able to join us on our testing, or not test server, our sub server, supporter server this Sunday. We'll be playing Water World, so make sure to look into that if you want to join in. Mojang said at some point they're going to prevent mobs from going through portals. No, it's not that. They're going to prevent mobs from spawning directly inside of portals. Which they have did already for, I think, skeletons. So it was Withers and Wither skeletons. I think if I remember it correctly. The second it says, RuneScape, the nostalgia is real. Yes. Oh, Bray says they remember RuneScape. Remember when that was hip? I played the game. We were only 3 worlds. Wow, that's incredible. And then they say they're not old. Emoji. Okay, yeah. Talk about the portal thing. I think at this point they're acceptive of chunk loading with nether portals, because they kind of just introduced the end chunk loading, which means they're aware of it and they actually purposely reintroduced it. When before they removed it, it might have been by accident when they redid I think it was in the end update. The combat end update, I think that's when they accidentally removed it. Thanks for following, Bert. Oh yeah, well, they got one. Yes, they got bites, shorts, and long, which is, wow, those are big numbers. It's fascinating. Hype. Oh, those are lovely hype ones.
Closing
and
parenthesis.
100 bits on top of it.
Oh! Naughty Hub, thanks so much for the 100 biddies. Is going on our biddy goal. Oh, look at that. You can actually show that up in the chat. How does that work? Oh, yeah. Your message comes with it. Oh, that's cool. That's something new they added. You guys see that at the top of the stream chat? You get your message up there if you have 100 biddies or more. Mob spawning in portals gives me a scary time. I mean, it's probably pretty rare that people actually see mobs spawn inside of their portals. most of the time it's actually just a mob walking through, especially in multiplayer. Somebody just loaded another dimension. Hey Andy, welcome in. Wait. Why does it say, okay, so the message says no. Maybe it means like just the first part of your name. No. Nodi Hub? Must be unlucky. But yeah, it looks like this works. I just wanted to do some testing before I move it out of this world because I want to move this to my other world. Wait, it says such strong story hype train complete level 2. Oh wow, we completed a hype train? Oh, thanks guys so much. Wow, we actually completed a hype train. It's been a while since we did that. That's crazy. Everybody helping out to reach it. You receive a level 1 hype train that I can share. Let me see which emotes I got. Ooh, I got... It's like a little, what, Game Boy kind of thing? Nice. Andy says, is that a chunk loader? Yes. Yeah, I was trying out different chunk loaders. I showed these chunk loaders in the very beginning. When I originally, when I was the first person to actually show that you can chunk load the nether and end dimension. You guys can check out those videos. I was actually surprised at how many people didn't know that I was the original discoverer of this. And I showed these chunk loaders and how you can even send stuff like minecarts through to load stuff.
The reason is because not enough people credit creators.
Yeah, I see that. I see like tons of people make videos about chunk loaders, but nobody actually originally credits the original video. So that's kind of like this thing where it's like, oh, nobody did it. And it's like, yeah, no, someone actually did originally find it. Just gets muddled among everyone else reposting. You can't see the hype train because of the pin message, really. See, for me, it showed up in the pin message, I think. Kind of made it drop down. How do you do the end dimension? If you check the video in the pin message, that'll explain how end dimension. But yeah, essentially what I want to move this now over into the other world. So let's make some structure blocks. I guess if you stick around, you'll see. Let's see, which way is positive, positive? Positive, positive. Okay, so we gotta put it over here. Might as well make it smaller. Maybe like 6 blocks in front, probably like up. Maybe 12 blocks and over, maybe like 6 blocks. Okay, that should be fine. We can make it a little bit lower. Chunk loader. One. And save. On server, I'm designed chunk loader. Nice. Becca. Does doing that with the end load area around it. Just a chunk. Like I said, Andy, if you watch the video, the message, go into detail about all the changes. But you'll also be able to see it working once we get over there. Okay, so I loaded this, or I copied this one. And we can do the same thing over here. Actually, I should grab the same structure block. Positive, positive. Put it over here. Wait, this isn't this. I'll pick block something, but it won't actually pick block. Okay, now it has the NBT data. Okay. We'll copy this one as well. This will be number 2. Yeah, now we'll put these in the other world. We'll leave our testing world. We're going to the actual world. This is the chunk loading world. Do I actually want to put it in this world? I mean, this world has it, but I think I might as well show it in an actual world where we're using something. And you can see the area which it chunks loads. Let's not put in this world because this is kind of an illustration. Let's do actual. People probably want to see like an actual demonstration. We do have one, which is this one. Okay, this is where I have a sand generator. I want to show how you can load this. We'll put it in here. Oh, we got some scary guys around here. Okay, so that's sand generating. Now I need to move the files from the previous world into this world. Take the 2 chunk loaded ones, we'll copy them. This world this is my beacon farm world. Okay, I got them in this world, so now I just need to put in the command block or a structure block. We can put it right over here. We'll leave a little bit of space. And we could probably put it on the floor too. That way it looks kind of normal. So chunk loader. I think I want to put number 2 in here actually. Yeah, because then if I put number 2 over here, then I can put number 1 in the nether. And it should be a lot easier to start it because you can just load it by just increasing your render distance. I think this is a smart way of doing it. Let's load this. This is not available. Okay, what is that really called? Chunk loader. Oh, I think I wrote chunk loader 2. Okay. So it's gonna knock a little bit of the ceiling out, but other than that, I could actually drop it down even one more. Okay, yeah. Load. Oh yeah. Okay. Maybe I should move it up by 1. That way it's more level with the floor. Let's just fill this back in again. We got our tester bee here. Now this comes to the important part. Making sure, whoops, making sure you put the other side in the proper location. I should load that, and then we don't need an actual chunk loader on the end dimension because these stuff's going through the end dimension is going to chunk load the end dimension. Alrighty, so let's put the second piece in. So we need the coordinates of this. Get this correct. It's definitely linked up through here, but is this where it's supposed to go? Let's grab our screenshot. Screenshot plus calculator equals coordinates. We got a 7622 divided by 8. And we also have a 1239 divided by 8. These are the coordinates supposed to be in. It should be negative then positive. Let's, oh wait, what's y level 2? Let's just TP to this location. TP to 952. Y level being 77. And the next one's negative. Or no, the first one's negative. Negative. And the next one is 155. Round up. We can also round up for this here. Okay, this is where it's supposed to be at. Where's the other one? Okay, the other one's down there. It's shooting out of the right side. Okay, face this direction, it's shooting out of the right side. Oh, that's correct. Means this is the right side. That should be over here. Okay, let's go ahead and remove a bunch of netherrack. Did I lose my night vision again? Presto. That's a good quote there, Nada. It gets not equal to unless screenshot is 1, calculator is 2, and coordinates is 3. I only half understood that joke. Let's see if we can put the other side in over here. I lost my structure block. Actually, which way is it going to face? Oh, it's going to face that way. Okay, so we got to go over here. Oh, we got to go quite a bit lower, though. I think it's kind of like just guessing. We want chunk loader 1. We want to load it. And might as well use we'll try this. I'm trying to think what it looks like. So at my head level should be the portal. Nope. Okay, so we gotta go low. Oh, we also found some lava. Congratulations on finding some lava. 2 lava. There just happen to be 2 sources nearby. Okay, so this needs to go lower. Probably like 2 lower. Maybe even over by 1. I'll try to get pretty precise just because I'm going to use this as an example in the video. Normally wouldn't care too much. That block there. Low. Okay. We need to go down to, so this should be correct. Oh, it actually did not copy the bottom blocks. Oh. Okay. Okay, that looks about right. Like perfectly. I need to make sure it's facing the right direction. I guess it should face the right direction because both of these are loaded. Yeah, this one's shooting west. And oh wait, how's it? That's not west, is it? Oh wait, this is the wrong one. That's the old one. I was so confused. Wonder why it goes to that one when this one's lit just fine. It goes west, which is this direction, awesome. And then this one shoots west, it goes that direction. So is it linked up correctly? I think so. Oh, this is Y level 27? Wait, how did I get 77? I don't know how I got 77. This is 26, so I should build the other one down. Y level 26, okay. That's probably why I was linking with the other one. We need to take this contraption. We need to go down to 26. Okay. 26. We get to go a bit lower than 26, but maybe not this low. Okay, we'll give it a try. Now we're looking at Y level 26. Perfect. Okay. That's a pretty good guess. And we should use again. Wait. Let's get rid of the previous one. So long. Okay. Nice. We'll double check this one. Go out. Go back in again. Up here. Awesome. I guess it's kind of important to have them linked up properly in case you have another portal. A portal that's supposed to go to that thing, that you can have that one separate. It's called variables. Okay. Yeah, I need to understand some of the different lingo. Like variables. Sometimes I get them kind of mixed up. Relation fine. Congratulations. Finding lava. Alright. So is this chunk loader started up yet? I guess we technically want the other chunk loader started up. Well, it doesn't matter. We can put something in here too. That should start up again. Do something. Okay, there it goes. Doing something. Oh yeah, I forgot. It only shoots one out every 10 seconds. Alrighty. Now every 10 seconds we should see something come through. Nice. So now, the idea is, I don't know if this is going to break. This could break when it unloads. The only downside. I guess we could just test it. I'm guessing it does break. Because it's just such a finicky thing with entities like the air. I've unloaded it before and I've seen it'll just break off and stuff. But anyways, the way we would test it is we load this side, right? This is like with the clock. And that loads that side, and then it'll load this chunk here, also load this chunk over here, and then because these are going into the end dimension, it's also going to load this side here. The only problem is it's going to have a bunch of sand piled up, which probably don't. That's funny, that guy got stuck in there. Oh, now we're gonna get some non-sand to go through the system. Whoopsies. Okay, so for our example, we're not loading. Why are we not? Why are we not loading while we're in the end dimension? It's because end dimension unloads. So we have our B here. Oh, you can see it broke the sand. I wonder if it's probably designed that you can make it where it's safer for reloading. So this is being loaded. The way it's being loaded is kind of weird. Is this actually working? Okay, this doesn't quite work the way you would think. Okay, we'll throw a bunch of items in. We go to the end dimension. It's loaded so far. Does it stay loaded just for 15 seconds? No, it's continued to being loaded. I'm looking at the scroll bar. Okay. Well, loaded this time, but didn't load the other time. Ooh, okay, that's kind of problematic. Okay, now it's stopped loading. I guess the question is, if it was constantly throwing stuff back and forth, would it continue to load? I guess we'll test it out just in a second. I'm going to go grab some more water. It ran out. Meanwhile, check out my socials there on screen in the chat, and I will be right back. Alrighty, we are back. So we're testing to see if we constantly throw items through this portal, can we keep it loaded while we're in the end dimension? I know the overall likes to unload, but maybe we can prevent it from doing that. Okay, so what we're gonna do is this side just has a clock. Just make this clock faster on this side. Let's just remove that. And then we'll just come in and throw in a block. That should work. Okay, so now we're just bombarding this portal. Items. This one's sending them back. Hopefully just as fast. I guess when you leave the portal, it unloads. Or we could throw an item in there to prime it. Now, we have our little bee over there. Go over to here. I guess we should be able to see unloading when the sand stops. Thanks for the drink up, Naughty. Have a good one. Hopefully we get around to recording this. Okay, so it stops on its own. We go back. This is located out kind of far. 7,000. Wonder why. What's like the closer strongholds? Wait, did it night vision just kick in or something? Just dark there for a second. Let's look at how close the strongholds normally at. Also, they can see the sand broke off. Stronghold. Zero, so it's between 1,000, 1,800. Okay, and then divided that by 8. So like the closest it could be is about 1,300 blocks divided by 8. Here's another. That's only 160 blocks away, which is 10 chunks. Okay. You could potentially load it from a distance just by going through another hub. Your server had a render distance of 10, or I guess a simulation distance of 10. Which makes me think. This side stopped. Because it probably ran out of items, right? That means this side sent all of its items over to the nether. And the nether dimension did not send any items back. Oh, there's items in here. Oh, they're stuck in limbo. Okay. Let's try to get these items out of here. We'll probably will want to use just one clock then. If we use one clock, then we can make sure we got timed right. If we use more than one clock, we're always gonna have the problem of being timed differently. Depending on how the people put the clock in, it could actually cause problems. Okay, so this is powering this, that one, but powering this one. But we also need this one to be activated as well. But this is locking it. This is also locking this. So ideally we would unlock it. Ideally we want to power that, and then that can power that. Now the question is, if we pull all these items out, do they get stuck anywhere particularly? Okay, so they're getting, I think they're piling up there because I think they're still getting butted. The numbers are slowly gaining, meaning that they're piling up. Thanks for the follow, man, babe. So what we can do is, it's kind of funny because this is actually, the problem is budding. The dropper's budded is actually causing this problem. So in this case, it would be nice if we had a dropper that couldn't get quasi connectivity when it bud. But we can get around this problem though. Just have to do this a little bit differently. Maybe add some timing into it, something. We need to power that one over there. Means we have to directly power this one. We could try putting a clock down here and then moving the rest upwards. Something like this. Don't like flopping noise. You could put in no block. Block above it. Okay, so now we're getting up to here, Let's get rid of this and see if we can. If there's any spots where it's hanging up. Okay, we'll clear out this one as well. It looks good. No hanging up or getting stuck in any particular part. This is still budding this one, but it's probably doing it at such a point where it doesn't matter. So by having one clock, we can delay the second power, not interfere with it. I mean, you could time it, but these are just a trial and error. Okay, let's go see the other side. On this side, just check and see if there's piling up anywhere. It shouldn't, just because there's such a massive clock going on here. And we are powering it all at the same time too. Okay. We got stuff going both directions. Should be pretty fast. After all, there shouldn't be any delay kind of between the items. Okie dokie. Now let's try it again. Going here. Going to here. Should be a massive amount of items. Oh, I guess we turned off this engine. Oh, that's true. This engine's not working. Okay, we definitely need to go back then. Why does the light all of a sudden pop up when I come over here? Is it just light rendering? Okay, so now the items going through are loading the end dimension. I just wonder if will continue to be loaded while we're over here. So far it has unloaded. Okay, I think we fixed the problem. The spawn chunks might have unloaded. Oh, I wonder if spawn chunks have unloaded. Probably not, because when stuff goes through portals, it kind of has to keep that dimension loaded. Okay, let's go back. Now picking up items. Set on everybody. Here. Let's go. Why is his light turns on? I don't know what's going on with that. Make sure. Let's double check where spawn chunks actually are at. Ugh, do I have a command block here? I thought I had a command block here. Oh, I guess that's for the other build. Or did I move it? Maybe I just go through the portal to figure out where it goes. So this teleports me back, but if I go to the actual exit portal, this takes me to world spawn point. I think this is world spawn point. Okay, it's still being loaded. But the sand isn't coming because the sand does unload it partly inside the end dimension. Thanks for following everybody during the stream. If you guys haven't already hit the follow button, click the little heart underneath the stream. You guys will get some free emotes. And also some extra stuff which you can use to purchase stuff. I think it gives you some channel points. You can check out all the stuff you can purchase with click the little pumpkin face down by the chat. Okay, so let's check our spawn point. Spawn point. Okay, that's for me. Okay. That oh, it does also tell you where the other spawn point is. That's nice. World spawn point is way back there. Okay, so we don't want we don't want to run it here. But where is here? Oh, here is pretty far away. Okay, yeah, this is the real spawn point. Oh, okay. World spawn point. The other place is being loaded. I don't know exactly what the other place is. I go through here. They take us to our beacon farm. Probably should have a command that gives me night vision all the time. How to think about it. That is a pretty good command. Go ahead and do the command and then copy it. A paste. Done. Okay. Check. Clear. Is this the same problem with the space in the back? Oh, need redstone. Always active. There we go. Oh. Okay, now we can turn off this maybe? No. If I turn off command, it's kind of annoying. Command, lock output. I might miss something important, but whatever, we'll leave it like that. So let's see how big our spawn chunks are. They should got shrank in this version. Chunk, spawn, chunk radius, 2. Okay, spawn chunk radius is only 2, which means this is loaded, and that's fine. Where is this? I guess it's at 7,000, so it's like 700 blocks away. 700 blocks away in the overworld, but what is that in the nether? If it was 800 blocks away, divided by 8, it'd be like 100 blocks away, so it's less than 100 blocks away, so it's like 80 blocks away in the nether, which should be able to see it pretty, should be pretty close to this one. Actually, how did I not see it? Oh, I don't know. Thousand some blocks. Oh, I guess it is 1,000 in another direction. So it's probably a little further than I thought. But anyways, let's go out there. See, so far it's still loading. Okay, we can go back to this portal here. Okay, it's still loaded. We're not actually dealing with spawn chunks at all. I can go through here again. What are we using? Okay, yeah, we're doing the spamming one now. Okay. We're still doing the spamming one. Overworld's loading the nether's loading the overworld. And then if we go to end dimension, we could put a B down here just so we can kind of see how this is working. It doesn't say which dimension the B's in, but we can kind of understand. The big number is overworld, the smaller number is in end dimension. Now we can actually leave. You have to go pretty far here. I think it's technically not being loaded by me. It's still loaded, as you can see the roll bar is getting bigger. Roll bar is moving up. So we're not like anywhere near the nether chunk loader or the overall chunk loader or the end dimension is being chunk loaded. Yet we can actually automatically chunk load all of them. Oh, let's go back. Then we can even go out this portal. Okay, now let's try to set the spawn chunks to the smallest. It shouldn't change anything. We set it to 0, we can completely unload all spawn chunks. Go up to here. Figure out where this is in the nether. Okay, we'll put down a spawn bee over here too. Where is the other one? Maybe that far away. Oh, maybe it is pretty far away. Because there's a fortress, and it's probably not that fortress. Probably a different fortress. Okay, so now we have 3 of them. The big number is overworld, the medium number is nether, the small number is end dimension. And we can see that all of them are being chunk loaded at the moment. So I guess we could try going really far in each of these locations, each of these dimensions. Probably could have went towards the build. I can also lower down my render distance. We're just trying to see if anything breaks. We'll wait out here like 15 seconds. Shouldn't break because they're all kind of loading each other. End dimension is the only thing that's not being loaded by actual chunk loader, it's being loaded by the sand farm. That looks good. Okay, let's head back. I should increase it so I can find something. The render distance shouldn't really affect the chunk loading. Is it still in front of me? Guys, we're lost in the nether. With Y level 26, right? Oh, there it is. Yeah, render distance should just affect your visuals, where the simulation distance should actually affect. Good, put back in there again. Simulation distance should affect actually how much it's being loaded in. We have a sim on the lowest. Oh yeah, we can drop this back down again. There is that machine. Now we can leave this area. Maybe I should set this to 5 so I can see the same distance as we're putting. Okay. Now I'll check this for 15 minutes or 15 seconds. Okay. Still loaded. That's good. I guess when you pause the game, it doesn't actually unload the chunks. Pauses it, so it still works. Head back. Yeah, we'll do this in the end dimension. This is kind of similar to a chunk loader. The only thing with the end dimension is it's easy to send items into the end dimension, but it's hard to send them back out again. Like, it's hard to recycle the same item. Like, whatever you send in kind of gets stuck in there. If you want to recycle it, you'd have to get back to the exit portal, which is typically over there, unless you have one that's you glitched out over here. Na, 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 na. Yeah. We're back to render distance and sim distance of 5. Let's head away from this. It's doing fine with chunk loading. Even with spawn chunks sent to 0. Cool. So 50 seconds has passed. So it's all working good as we expected. Let's go ahead and we'll put in the slower chunk loader. Probably set this. Maybe I should just fill this in so people don't try to pick up items. Write them in my notes. Don't pick up item in Chunk loader portals. Use second portal for travel. Things I mentioned in the video. Okay. Right now we're spamming this side. We're also spamming this side. So let's say we don't spam it, but instead we use the clock, the slow clock that we made. So first place I want to test is okay, items are coming through there. On point. Okay, that's still working. Go to in dimension. Okay, still loaded. Good. And all 3 dimensions are still being loaded. Even with a slower clock and no dedicated spawn chunks. Working well. These are where the spawn chunks normally are at. And we should be far away from it by being here too. What if the Streamlabs nominations are complete? Nominations will close January 14th. Yeah, if you guys haven't voted me in the stream nominations, check them out there in the chat. And you can vote for me for like the Minecraft one, or this one called Legendary something. See if I become a nominee. And there's actually one category all about being creative. I thought was dead on for what I do. Something like they're on a league of their own. Cool. Let's go ahead. Looks like the chunk loading working well. Tested all 3 dimensions while not being near actual locations. Okay, go ahead and set the spawn chunks back. Default is 2. It'll be interesting to see if people decide to keep a default to 2, or do they will change it up. Okay, so we got that working. This is still throwing items through every once in a while. Yeah. So even when it throws an item through and then you leave, the player itself doesn't unload the chunk. Typically the chunks will kind of unload behind the player. So if right as, let's see, make our guy go really fast. Right as they unload the chunks, we go really far away. We're technically unloading the chunks behind us. Normally. But since there's an item that came through, it should remember that those chunks should remain loaded, despite me flying away, which normally unloads all the chunks behind you. But yeah, it looks like it's good. Awesome. That's good to know. So you don't have to have like some sneaky way of leaving the chunks in order to get them loaded. Zoom back. Okay. And then items should still come through here. Yes. Awesome. So, the only thing you have to worry about is something like, you have to understand which farms just break unloaded improperly. How can we unload this? I suppose we have a B in the end dimension, so if we would go into the Nether, let's pretend we're trying to load this from a distance. We'd have like simulation distance. What's the default simulation distance? Does anybody know? Is it 10? I think it's 10, and then this is a 12. Or correctly. 10 means 9 chunks out from where you're standing. Or no, 10 means 10 chunks out from where you're standing, so it'd be like 11 chunks. Okay, so then we'd be like, oh, we actually got a stacked. Oh, naturally spawned in one. I don't know which way is our artificial spawn chunk. Well, I guess you'd just be like, you'd be out here somewhere, and you'd hop through hop through into your nether hub. Hop through to your nether hub, and when you hop through, you automatically load that machine way over there, which just all it is a clock. So essentially, the clock is just going to get around to kick an item through. Okay, so the question is, everything's good right now, but then what happens in single player is when you log out, it unloads the chunks. This is where the actual sand generator is probably going to break. We're trying to test all the different scenarios. You see, you kind of answer people's questions. So now you can see, it looks like this has happened to work It looks like it's also loading the end dimension. So the end dimension is a small number. It looks good. So what happened is I logged in. I'm loading these chunks plus I'm loading that machine. That machine ended up loading the overworld where the entrance end portal is and the sand generator. The sand generator kicked on and then shot sand into the end dimension, and it happened to be working. But if we do this a few times, I'm sure we're gonna get this to break. Let me use my macro. Been logging in and out a few times. So the first one loaded is always the... Oh, it actually says overworld loaded first. Well... No, it was the nether dimension. Okay, the nether dimension is first, that's fine. Oh, okay, it looks like, yeah, it looks like the end dimension broke somehow. So, I'm guessing it probably loaded up the chunks, accidentally broke off the sand. One of the sands fell into the end dimension. End dimension loaded for a little bit, but then it couldn't continue to load because it needs one every 50 seconds. I think if we go over there, I want to see if there's an item here, but I might have picked it up. Okay. Did I move my spawn point? Okay, there's there. I thought I said it here. Spawn point. Okay. So, if you don't want that, you don't want to use the actual sand generator because that can break. You could... Every time an item comes through here, we could just use that to send an item over there. Let's hook this up. I want to give people like a bunch of different options. Since we're just talking about the end dimension in this video, I want to give people options on like how they can load the end dimension. Probably just put it pushing downwards, or we could put it. Yeah, maybe that'd be better. Let's see if it reads the item going through. Yep, it does. Okay, but it's weak, so we need to make it stronger. Okay, and that goes over here, and then you just have to manually put items in here. Other option we could do is, I also put that in here, a carpet duper. Carpet duper is probably our rail duper. Which one's easier? I think the carpet's a little bit easier to get than rails. Okay, so we need it to be able to move. I guess I can start here and then move forward, or start over here. Okay, let's put it over here, farther away from the other machine, so you can kind of tell that they're different things. And this is going to get moved, and we have to remove this, so don't stick. Vegetation. Something that we can easily see. Okay. You could choose to power that, or you could choose to go up to there. Move this line over here. And we'll stair step this one. Okay, I guess we work backwards. Mossy stone bricks do look nice. Oops. Okay, it goes up here. Oh, that's not quite hooked up properly. Okay, let's see how this works. I need something to hold it. Not the best to put over a chunk border, but okay. See if we can get a little bit more consistent. Okay, maybe we want. I think we want it slower. Oops. I think we wanted to make sure that it dupes it and it gets way out there before it pulls back. Yeah, like that. That way it keeps the item up against the edge and then it retracts and then the item just drops straight in. It doesn't get like clipped into the wall or anything. Okay. You could choose to turn this on or off. Wait. Oh, did it get stuck behind it? I wouldn't think so, but... Heck. Oh, that really got stuck on top again. How did it... How did it do that? Did it go upwards or something and click on this? Maybe I need to make it a little bit longer, even. I guess we could have a block up here that moves with it. If it was just a little bit longer, it would make sure it could stay there. Let's put in a clock so we can actually do this a little bit faster. Okay, let's just make our own clock. Okay, we go to that. That, we could go there, we go back around here. Okay, how's that? Oh. Doesn't mimic the same thing we're looking at. Okay, let's just... We'll leave this alone. We'll just change the other side. Let's change the clock over here. Should be a bit faster. Still pretty slow. Do this. Did it ever turn off? No. Close. Then it reactivates it. Oh, that's because it's a touch. Okay, that's better. Okay. We got a faster clock now. That means that thing should be faster. Okay, that means we should be able to watch this a bit faster. Try to test it. We can also speed up the game. Tick. Rate. 30? Or... Mostly just looking for any items that get stuck on the edge. I guess there's a good view over here. Because you kind of want a item to go in every single time it activates. Yeah, I could have probably did this rather than trying to change the timing of the other thing. Now I have to change it back. Not too hard. Okay, that looks better. We don't need to have... Doesn't have to be these all the way around this. Put something in here. In case you want to watch it. That's dropping out items. Nice. Give this item. Make sure we don't get any. Could also put some blocks underneath of this in case it's going too fast. It doesn't go inside. It should sit there until it goes inside. I think so. I don't even know. Can items sit on top of that without? Let's test this. F3 plus I. Knock out that block. Place an item. Then we put that block back in again. We see if it teleports. Oh, it doesn't teleport. Oh, okay. The items could get stuck there. Well, alrighty. We'll put it in like a wall or something. I mean, it should go through, but I don't know why it would not go through. Okay. We'll pay attention, see if there's any other. I guess we could speed this up just to see if we get another piece of carpet to steer out somewhere. Pick. Print. Mostly just look and see if any carpet gets pushed out weird areas. Hey Lalo. Good. Alrighty. Is there anything else that we should input into this world before we do the video? We understand everything, what's going on. There's probably a bunch of items here. Oh, I picked them up. Night vision thing's working good. Oh, this is a TP command. Oh, the TP command, I see that. Put him in the same spot. Oh, we got a raid. Robstar, thank you so much for coming in with the raid. How was your stream? What were you up to? Stinky raid. There's Rob Stinky. Welcome in, Lord Mew. There's a shout out to Robstar. What were they last up to? What are we up to, Robstar? Welcome in. If you guys know who I am, I'm Raiseworks. I'm a YouTuber and streamer. I play Minecraft for almost 15 years. Right now we are showing you how to load the end dimension. I'm gonna make like a tutorial video how to load the end dimension. This is something that's just recently added like 2 days ago. You can now once again reload the end dimension. I originally discovered that you can actually load the end dimension way back. How many years ago was that? Quite a few. Yeah, if you guys are coming in, you guys know who I am. You can check out my YouTube channel. We're getting close to 400,000 subscribers. If you enjoy doing fun stuff in Minecraft, you will probably enjoy my YouTube channel. 7 years ago. Okay, that's when I put the video out about chunk loading. Yeah, I do videos about cool, simple farms and machines. Also, tricks and glitches I come across while testing out different things. And I also do snapshot review videos on the Java edition. You guys can check that all out. Links there. It was February, okay. So it was in February where I showed this. 2016. So 4 plus 4, so it's actually 8 years ago. 8 years ago when I first showed it. I discovered it earlier than that, but that's when I started showcasing some of the cool tricks. Thanks for following, Mew. Rob says, enjoyed the raid. What contraption are you working on? Okay, so it's kind of a combination of contraptions. So what we're doing is I designed this little setup world here, which I'm gonna do a recording for a video, and it's gonna kind of explain to you like how you can run stuff in the end dimension without being there. So there's a few examples. I just chose to use the sand, my simple sand generator setup. Really simple, and essentially it's putting stuff over into the end dimension, duping sand. And even if we come over here, even though this typically would unload the overworld, the machine will actually continue working. We're getting a bunch of sand and sending it all back to the overworld. I'm showing different ways you can load it. So I'm showing sand generator, also showing carpet duper, and just dropping items in. I guess we should probably drop something that's not actually sand. That would probably be a smart thing to do. Okay, let's throw in some junk item into the rack. Yeah, the way this is working is that the sand generator is being loaded by this chunk loader. And this chunk loader is throwing items in, which every time an item goes through this portal into other dimension, it loads that dimension. So this item gets thrown through this portal and it loads the nether dimension. And in another dimension, we have an item that's going through the portal back again, which is loading this side. So they're loading each other, and they're constantly loading each other for 15 seconds each time. So even if you leave, which would normally unload all the chunks, these machines, because they're constantly loading each other, they continue to load this area. That's how it kind of works. And then we put this by the sand generator, so it runs that as well. Lord Muse says, I know this guy. I've seen your stuff. Oh, thank you. So this is more like, this world is more kind of illustrating like how you can actually apply the changes into your world. And then this world here is more about, if you want to like visually see what's going on here. I put these big visual chunks. So when an item comes through the end portal, it ends up right here, which loads this chunk. And then it also loads the chunks around it as entity processing. And then the red ones are redstone or block processing. And then the gray ones are mob cap. And then the black ones are unloaded chunks. You can just imagine them just not being loaded. That's why I got this kind of nice visual. And then if you go through this side, you can see the same thing for spawn chunks. This is what spawn chunks. This is what it used to look like before they changed it down to a default of just 2 instead of 10. You know, people are wondering like how big spawn chunks are. They're pretty big. It's probably, like I said, it's probably actually a good thing that they reduced them, removed a bunch of them, because this is kind of a big area. Yeah, I can't even show all of them because I mean, turn on my render distance. Now you can see them all the way to the black line. At the black line, it's not considered spawn chunks. Are there spawn chunks on Bedrock Edition? That's a good question. I think Bedrock Edition, the way you load chunks is completely different. I don't know. Maybe someone in chat knows. Yeah, this is how it was before the update. So the next time you guys update your Java edition to the next update, then they're going to be changed. And I have an example of what they look like when they're changed. I think if we go this way. No. Does this not work? Wait, does this teleport you back to the same spot again? It does. That's a useless command. Why did I put that command in there? Okay, want this one, I think. Yeah, this is like where I show how you can test different things, like what's going on way down there. I have some special commands in chat which tell you stuff. Then we go out here. This is what spawn chunks now look like, the smaller area. So now that's just the 3x3 area for entity processing. I'm bringing it further out for block and then further out for mob cap. Then the block and beyond would be unloaded. You can see a difference between what they used to be way out there and what they are now. A lot less green ones. Yeah, you can still edit it. You can change the size you want with game rule. Game rule, spawn, chunk radius. The default is 2. I think most people won't even know about it, so it'll probably always be 2. Yeah, it came tiny. But like I said, I think it's actually a good thing that they did this. Because before they're just too big, most people weren't taking advantage of them. Even if people do want to take advantage of them, they still got this area to use, which is quite a bit of area because you gotta remember it goes from the bottom of the world all the way to the top of the world. You can just stack a bunch of different farms in here, like your iron farm, a moss farm. It can be a little bit more annoying if you like, instead of making your moss farm like really long, you have to make it more vertical. Chicken farm. And there's not too much. If you try to do like an automatic storage system, you probably want to like chunk load that anyways. Yeah, they won't be able to tell the difference, that's true. Most people that play Minecraft have no clue about technical stuff that's going on. But yeah. Those guys that came in from the raid, be sure to check out all my social links there in chat. I'm gonna grab some more water, and then we'll be back. Hopefully we can record the next bit. Be right back. I've returned.
You have returned.
Although it says, even though I know a bit of technical side, I never use spawn chunks ever. Ooh. I guess it depends. If you're like a single player, they don't really work as nicely as like on servers where you can run stuff. Okay, so we got this. This world's pretty good. Main thing, I'm not going to be talking about spawn chunks. This video is just going to be about end dimension, or just loading the end dimension. I wonder if there is a way to make it so that the sand generator doesn't break when it gets unloaded. I don't think really possible. Not with this design, because like I thought about maybe hooking the design up to the actual chunk loader, because then the chunk loader could determine when exactly it duplicates sand. But because it's single player, when you log out, wait, why is this one sand not moving? Oh, it might be a ghost block. Yeah, it's a ghost block, okay. That was kind of strange because I move over here, but moved by this sticky piston, but what's it moving with? Huh. That is strange. Ghost and block. Alrighty. Lalo says, how do you plan out videos? And do you write scripts? No. So, from very early on, I decided not to write scripts. Just because the whole reason I got into making Minecraft videos is to practice like talking, improv kind of thing. And then the other part says, how do you plan your videos? Actually, I don't plan them out too much. Sometimes I write down some notes, like when I'm doing these live streams, people ask questions in chat, and I'll try to make sure to answer those type of questions in the video. Or I'll watch my old video on like Sand Generator and see like common questions people asked, like comments or in the video. Try to answer those too. Essentially try to answer as many questions in the video so don't have people that need help in the comments. And then I just kind of plan the videos out in my head, like what I want to do. And if I forget something at the end of the video, I can always put it in the part of the video where I want to talk about it. Like in this video, it's all about the end dimension, so I'm probably going to start out by talking about the new change, saying like, oh yeah, saying something like, oh yeah, it's now possible to load the end dimension. It's now once again possible to load the end dimension. So I really don't feel like recording today because my voice hurts.
I think you meant throat.
What?
I think you meant throat.
Oh, that's true. I guess you don't normally say your voice hurts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't put all the sand in. And oh, another ghost sand? Huh. What? Just posted a clip about the ghost sand. Actually, pretty easy to make that. It's weird how it cannot get moved by this piston, but it doesn't get moved by this. But yeah, I'll probably start out by talking about what's new in this update, and talking about what I'm gonna explain to people in the video. Like, yeah, this video is about how to load the end dimension, cool things you can do once you have the or how you can automatically load the end dimension, cool things you can do with the end dimension being loaded without a player, and then like the next part is like how to easily load the end dimension from far away, kind of thing. And that's where I'd probably include the other two chunk loaders. Because like you can load the end dimension just by running this farm here, or just running this Herpa Duper. But you want to run it. But you want this chunk to run without a player, I guess. One thing you can do, another cool trick you can do is you can actually stand here and you can automatically send everything from the portal directly to spawn chunks. And then all the rest is being loaded. You do need to load this part of it by the player. I wonder if that trick still works where you can step through. Okay, here's the other stuff. Let's try that. So if we leave, talk about how leaving can break it. Let me write down some of these things. Log out single player versus multiplayer. Works without spawn chunk at all. Okay, so which word I'm looking for again? Oh, the does it work world. Okay. Die. Game rule. On. Yes. Yeah. Oh, there's a parrot flying around. Okay, so the trick is over here. Poor parrot died. Move the boat over there. Do I have to stay inside of it? Might have got. Okay, so I'm getting placed over here. Place up to there. Places me on top of. Okay. Oh, it does send me to here. They wanted to send me upwards into the portal. Have a good one there, Lalo. Okay, that's still sending back. I think the other ways you do it is like it used to work where you like as you go in, you disconnect, and then you can be sent somewhere else. But that wouldn't really be used for a chunk loader because you can't mimic this. Can't mimic this trick without a player. The whole idea about having chunk loader is chunk loader without a player. Okay. What other way to do it with horses too? You try putting like a pig in here maybe. Every saddle. Oh, no. Oh, the pig's in the boat. Okay. Actually, I have to. Make sure the pig doesn't go anywhere, I guess. You're not in the wall. Stop. For real. No. Pig really gets stuck in the boat again. How many pigs can sit in a boat? I got 2 pigs in a boat. Okay, no more pigs in a boat. No, stop. Bad pig. Can I get down? Okay. Funny, the pig just climbed up there. What? Oh, because I'm holding the thinking. How do I get back down there again? Okay. Ah! At this point, I should just put the test somewhere else. Pig keeps trying to climb over there. Move this. Oh, yeah, whatever. That in there. Grab a pig. What's my strength? Yes. Okay. Pig. Saddle. Sit. This one. Oh, it is the same thing. Okay. I just wonder if you can load farther up chunks. Because if you watch an original video about chunk load end dimension, it wouldn't actually load. Like it wouldn't load. It wouldn't load this platform here. It would actually load where it thought the platform. Or they use the same coordinates as the gateway portal, or as the use the same coordinates as the end portal. A little bit hard to explain. I guess we could test it out here. Mm-hmm. Okay, so this is 1,000. Let's go one near 0, 0. Okay, so we throw something into this or here, it's gonna be at F3I. I could do TP, there. And I could do the same TP is here. Let's put down some B's here. Put some the B's there. And put them in different chunks. There. Okay. I'll probably fix this bug. Okay, so we're talking about this one here. F3 plus 2. Hear that. Okay. So I think these are the normal ones. 6543. Okay. Let's just check those out. 6543. Okay. I was only loading those. Okay, I don't see anything else being loaded. So it seems to be working properly. Okay. Kind of cool. The obsidian floor, and then the obsidian towers come out of the obsidian floor. This one doesn't. Better regen the rest. I don't want to record it today because I want the video out by tomorrow. Probably would have been best if I had the video out by today, but I'd rather make a good video than a fast video. Alrighty. So what we want is when I find where I want to do the intro of the video. Probably here in the end dimension. Would be kind of nice if there was like a sand generator pumping sand. Actually, how did Bedrock Edition, how did their update go? I didn't even look at it. Did they get anything remote like this, remotely close to this? Let me pull up the Bedrock Edition version changes. Oh, I thought Bedrock Edition had 2 snapshots this week. Maybe they only had 1. Okay, so this is Bedrock Edition. No, they had like hardly anything this update. That was on the 18th. That was yesterday. I don't see anything else for Bedrock Edition. Okay, just want to see if there's anything about chunk loading or end dimension in the Bedrock version. Like I mentioned that. I'm pretty sure this is just in Java. Oh, Fire Demon's here. Fire Demon, you see you got a gifted sub? Yes, you did. That was pretty sweet. I think oh, he's gone. Okay. Hey, Flaming Derp. For the first time tuning into the stream, welcome in. If you guys are new, be sure to hit the follow button. I was just trying to think how I want to do the intro of this video. Probably should clear my inventory. Okay, maybe just trying to think which area looks the best for an intro. Let's see. Let's see. Let's try the other world. Which is this one. It has a sand generator. I think that'd be best. Okay. So I won't use this side. I'll use the other side. Dang. I'm gonna make ghost blocks pretty easily. Okay, there it is. I'm trying to think when did the chunk loading stop? Let me check my video. 1.8 plus, okay, so it's 13. So, 1.13 when they broke it apparently. Okay, let's just double check all the audio and stuff. I'll try to record today. And in this world, I can also clear my inventory. Okay, audio looks good. So if I do an intro here, it's a bit confusing. Remove that. Could make the chat smaller. I also want to look at somewhat interesting. I can remove that. Try making the chat smaller. Or I could actually remove the chat together. That looks better. And this thing is still working, right? Thing in the background. Is it working? Oh, because it left, it's not working. Let's start up now. Hey, Andy. Oh, hey, Fire Demon. How you doing, Raze? Pretty well. My throat's a little bit tired, but I would like to get this video up tomorrow. So I'll try to record it. It shouldn't be that long a video. Kind of depends on how much detail I go into. Otherwise, it should be pretty straightforward. I think we could do the intro here. I could probably leave the chat in there too. I could hide it, but that's also behind my. I even hold my bees. Could be here, and I can get rid of this. Okay. Pretty good. Looks like I could break some blocks in the background. My throat is sore. Did I say voice again? Can't do still work. Just gotta put that chest in down there. The demon says they're playing Geodash. That's a fascinating name. When I first thought about that, I'd do something like geometry. But, I mean, not that I know of. Seems like it's more of like a speed running game. Okay, let me close my door. Okay. I use my foot pedal. I guess I can use your foot pedal. I have to use it if you don't need it. So usually when it comes to the intro, I record the audio, and then I record the imagery. Asian GL says, "Yo, Ray, been a huge fan for a while. Hasn't been able to catch the streams. Always loved your stuff since the old days. Hope you keep going." Thanks so much, Asian. Welcome to the live stream. I do live stream every Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern. Oh yeah, there's the ad running right now. Should probably check that. I don't know if Asian heard me. Okay. Record. First, I'll just record the audio. We might come back and redo intro as well. Just check the audio again and make that too loud. Okay, let's read through the intro. Minecraft just re-added in chunk loading. Minecraft just reintroduced chunk loading for the end dimension without even needing a player. Minecraft just reintroduced chunk loading for the end dimension without a player. Okay, so the next bit. Oh, everybody's back. Did you hear what I said, Asian, by the way? Yeah, thanks, Asian, coming in. Welcome to the stream. If you're new to the stream, be sure to hit the follow button. You can catch my live stream every Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay. That's the intro of the video. Next part. Probably kind of give a little rundown of what we're doing today. Oh, now I can show the actual clicking part. Okay, let's do that. Save this clip for next talking point. Okay. Oh, by the way, guys, the ads actually help support me. So, if you guys want to help support me, that's one way it works. Let's go over to the other world. Let's show this side. It looks kind of cool. Our night vision. No command blocks in view. Put down a B for good measure. Yeah, it is tough to get followers, Robstar, but it doesn't help. It doesn't hurt to mention it. Like, you know, remind your viewers to hit the follow button. Because a lot of people jump into streams and they completely forget about the actual follow button compared to the stream. Okay, so in this part I want to say something like, I'll show you guys how the new chunk loading works. Actually, how different is it from the old method? Okay, so this is the video that I did about first time trunk loading was discovered. Talked about what the end port was, where the player is, and then I think we should show it here. So chunk loads this one, this one. I'll then actually show I'm going away from it. The Obsidian Platform 1. I forget what the I platform stands for.
Platform 1 and IP, which stands for Invisible Platform. Now we will go into the end dimension of this process on this contraption. Before we can load the end, when you drop the item falling down into the entrance end portal, and in the chat we can see that there is a couple different locations that are being loaded at the moment, and there is actually 3 different chunks that are actually being loaded in this process. The 3 different chunks that are being loaded in the end by this method are the OP, which is the Obsidian Platform, OP1, which is Obsidian Platform 1, and IP, which stands for Invisible Platform. Now we will go into the end dimension and see where each of these individual chunks are located at. When we come through into the end dimension, you can see that we actually spawn in exactly on a chunk border here. On the left hand side, we have the Obsidian Platform, abbreviated OP.
Okay, and then I talk about that. And then I talk about trunk loading it.
And this keeps the end islands loaded as well. So it's pretty easy to load the end in 1.9 compared to in 1.8. The downside being in 1.9, which is the end gate chunk here, and there's a 5x5 grid around that one making entity processing. And here I had just a little setup where it picks up items and it drops them into the end gate.
Oh yeah, okay. But back then it would just load it as redstone processing. And then if you loaded a 5x5, then it would make the center one entity processing. Okay, I remember that part. And then, so it's a little bit different than now. Now it's like automatically makes entity processing without having to load more. Okay, we'll reference that video. So the main thing I want to cover in the video is showing people how to, or show how the end dimension, how chunk loading the end dimension works. How loading end works. Then I want to talk about how you can, what farms and machines you can use with this. And use this. And what was the other thing? Oh yeah, how you can combine this. And I don't know how to word it. Essentially, I want to talk about how you can actually load the end dimension from spawn. Or how to reload it, I guess, because it does unload. How end how end chunk loading works. And what cool things you can do using this. Okay. Let's record the next bit. I'll also lower my FOV a little bit. So I think I want to say, I'll show you how chunk loading works. I'll show you how chunk loading works in end dimension. I'll show you how end dimension chunk loading works. I'll show you how end dimension chunk loading works. And what cool farms and machines can use it. Can use it. Okay, I think that's what I want to say. How long have you been streaming? I think 6 years. Not too sure. Thanks for following, Robstar. Yeah, I think it's like 6 or 7 years. If I do exclamation mark followage Ray Ray's works, is that name? It's about working. Oh. Okay, let me get the bot going again. Maybe just do followage. Applicable seems to be. Wait, how do I? Oh, okay. I can't. Okay, just not applicable. I'll show you in a bit, Milky. Have a good one there, Fire Demon. Let's see which one. Okay, I guess if you just look at my username, you can see how long I've been subscribed. What else can I do? Followage point. I think that says message to me. Oh. Oh, that's cool. So when you guys do points, does it send a message in the chat, but other people don't see it? Because it says how many points it has, how many hours I've been playing, but that doesn't really help me. Sub for 70 months. Yeah, I only get subbed when you only get subbed when you're a partner or affiliate? Maybe not. Nada, when you go into your own stream, Nada, and you type in it, does it show that you're subbed to yourself or not? Oh, it whispers to you. See, mine, it popped up in the chat, but not but not in the normal chat. Popped up in my chat bot chat. But anyways, what's 70 months?
Yeah, that's a whisper.
Maybe 70 divided by 12. Okay, it's almost 6 years. But I don't know if that's when I became a partner or that's actually when I started. Okay, let's continue recording. In subbing mode, I think. No, it's not that. Nautic, you check it. Can you go to your own stream and then see if you got see if it says anything? Because I think there's default sub badges, right? Maybe not. I actually don't know. Okay, let's record this next bit. Okay, let's record it. I'll show you how the end dimension chunk loading works and what cool farms and machines can use it. Okay, now the next part is just me flailing my arms about. Okay. And go back to this one. Hey, Sneaky made it. How you doing there, Sneaky? Throw item in here. Save this clip for next talking point. And then I'll record the next bit. Up. Hello there. Hello there, right here, and I'll show you guys how to. Hello there. Hello there. Hello there, right here, and I'll show you how you can. Okay, I'll save that part. Put that together for the intro. Okay, let's remove this and just put in an actual portal block. That should take me to another location. Okay, so this part I want to talk about the history of chunk loading. I have my night vision. Okay, good. We can really zoom out again. Doesn't look too zoomed in. Okay, I can say something like, this means a lot to me because I was the original discoverer of chunk loading, of being able to load the end dimension without a player. Maybe I should just mention the other part. Hey Astro, welcome in. I haven't played Geodasher. I've watched a video of someone playing it. Maybe I should say something like a little history about Or I could say, maybe write this down actually. Probably mess up if I don't write it down. End dimension chunk loading was first covered by me over 8 years ago. Dimension chunk loading. Out of player. Over 8 years ago. And I think it's 1.13 when it broke. Let me just double check when it actually broke. Chunk Here we go, chunk loading commands. Chunk rendering. It came back in oh, what? Do I have to open the video in order to see the date? Okay, it came back in 2019. Oh, here I even wrote it. It says, check out new 1.14 snapshot. They add back a method of interdimensional chunk loading without player, which was removed in 1.13. Testing to see how it compares to the old method. Okay. It wasn't too bad. I guess it was removed in 1.13. And then we got the other chunk loading, but we lost the end dimension chunk loading. Let me pull this. You guys can see it. Well, I don't know if I test it with the end dimension. Okay. I don't see it, but it might be in there somewhere. I'm gonna grab some more water. I'll be right back. I'll try to see if we can figure that out about the end dimension. We're back. All right, let's get going. Hey, Polar Bear's in chat. How you doing? No, I just seen Nada's Boo Redemption. I don't know how I missed that. Okay, so I was just looking at an old video.
That's fun.
I guess I could use the... what do they call them? Transcripts. Use the transcripts to search for the word end dimension. Okay, I did find some. So, this do the same thing with end dimension. You throw items in. Video, I showed how you can load the end dimension without a player. Oh, over here. Okay, that's the word send, not the word end. Render. Okay. So I talk about it. Let's record the part, talk about how I first discovered end dimension chocolate. Papa, papa, papa. Papa, papa. Now being able to load parts of the end dimension without a player has been... Not being able to load parts of the end dimension without a player there. Was without a player there was possible in the past, but was possible in the past, and I was actually the first person was possible in the past, and I was possible in the past, and I was the first person to discover this. And I was the first person to discover this, which was over 8 years ago. Okay, but when 1.13 was introduced, it broke this chunk loading. button. But now it's been reintroduced for versions. But now it's been reintroduced for Java versions starting with 1.20.5 and above, including 1.21. Starting in version 1.25, starting in version 1.20.5 and above. Okay. Trying to figure out exactly how to say that. Oh, I knew it was here. Now I'll try to get some cinematic footage. Probably just me zooming along here. Okay. Save this footage for previous talking point. Okay. So we got kind of an intro completed. So now I'll probably get into the bulk of the video. Manu says you got this. Yeah, it usually takes me a few tries to get the wording precisely. I mean, that's kind of downside. If I wrote a script, then I could just do this. Just read off a script. Okay. Let's go back to Otherworld. We'll kind of explain the basics. Everybody's kind of on the same page. We might as well make an actual end portal looking thing. People don't get confused. I really want to quote that nonsense, but I could not even understand it. Uh-oh. I sure hope somebody understands it, because that's supposed to be the beginning part of the video, which kind of sets the tone for the rest of the video. Let me go turn off fan. Alrighty. Make the chat a bit bigger. Maybe we should make it full stop. Pop, pop, pop. Normally when you're playing Minecraft, you're loading an area around the player. This way you can actually see what's around you, and different things can occur in this area. And if you would move, this area that you're loading will move with you. That way your game doesn't have to show, that way your computer doesn't have to struggle to try to show everything possible in your Minecraft world all at once. It only has to show what is around the player. And what it will actually show you can be determined by your render distance. By making it higher, you're able to actually see further out. But it doesn't mean that things out there are actually going, but it doesn't mean that things way out there will actually work. Because this is actually, because this is ran by the simulation distance. So if we would drop this all the way down to just 5 chunks, that means not counting the chunk I'm in, but going out a total of 5 additional chunks is how far out the game is. Which means 5 chunks beyond the chunk where I'm standing in a big square is the area where stuff will actually is the area where stuff can happen, like mobs moving around. Fire burning things, and anything that kind of moves and feels alive inside your Minecraft world. And because this area moves with the player, that means the area that you just left is now going to be unloaded for your game. And this is why having a chunk loader and this is why it's normally not possible to load chunks without a player, because when you leave the area, or going to a different dimension, everything that you were loaded or going to a different dimension, everything that you had loaded before will unload completely from the game and just freeze the way it was last. It will just freeze in the last position that you've seen it. Hopefully that makes some sense. One word you struggle to say. Can't remember which one that was. So if we could automatically load chunks without the player, we could do a lot of cool things. And the way we can chunk load is actually pretty easy. All you need to have is a entrance end portal, which has these portal blocks in it. And then every time some type of entity gets moved, and then anytime an entity goes through that portal block and makes it over into the end dimension, it's going to load an area around it. You can tell if something's an entity just by turning on hitboxes by pressing F3 plus B, and if you see this little line around something, it's considered an entity, just like you are. It's an entity, and you are one as well. Pop. And when an entity goes through the portal, the amount of time it's going to load the other dimension is for 15 seconds after it went through. And we can actually detect this as I have some commands which are actually telling what's going on in the other dimension without us having to be there. Let's go over and see exactly how big an area it's being loaded. So first off, when you come over here to End Dimension, you are placed in the very center of this obsidian platform, and everything that comes through is also placed there. And everything you send through will also be placed there. So if we go ahead and turn on the chunk borders, you guys can see the edges. This is what a chunk actually looks like. It's 16 by 16 and it goes from top of the world all the way down to the very bottom. And this is how the game will break. And this is how the game can load parts around you without loading everything. It just sees how many of these little squares it needs to put around you and then just removes any of them that are so far out away from you. And since our initial entity that we threw through the end portal landed here, it is technically inside of this chunk. And once it comes through, it not only will load this chunk, but it'll also load a band of chunks all the way around it. They're colored green because these are some of the most useful chunks that we can use. They're colored green. Bruno! Welcome in, Bruno and Raiders. How was your stream, Bruno? We had a good one. Let us know what Bruno was up to today. Can we give Bruno a shout out? Thank you. Yeah, if you guys know Bruno, he is an amazing streamer here on Twitch and YouTuber. You guys can drop him a follow just by clicking that little drop down top of the chat. And also check out his YouTube channel. What were you up to? I know you have a lot of different projects going on over there. Some really cool ones. Let us know what you've been all up to. Bruno does bring a lot of hype and excitement into his streams. It's always enjoyable to watch you derp about and complete big projects over there. Bruno says, have a Grady stream. Thank you so much, Bruno. Who's all coming in with the Bruno raid? We got quite a few people. We got Bruno themselves saying, hey, Rays, I got a raid and run, but hope everything's going great, dude. It is. We also got Says here coming in. Amish is also joining in with the raid. Boa, welcome in. If you guys new to the stream, be sure to hit the follow button. Little heart underneath the stream. You guys will get some free points to purchase stuff with. The little kind of pumpkin emote down by the chat. And you also get some emotes that you can also use for free as well. We're getting close to 50,000 followers, so please hit that follow button. And welcome everybody. If you guys know who I am RaysWorks, YouTuber and streamer. I've been playing Minecraft for almost 15 years. They just recently added in, they re-added in end dimension chunk loading. This is for Java Edition. So today we are looking at all the cool things you can do with it. And I'm recording a video about it, which I'll also put up onto my YouTube channel. If you guys haven't already subscribed to me on YouTube, we're getting close to 50,000 subscribers over on YouTube. Click the link there in chat, check it out. Thanks Neon for following as well. Got some epic Bruno emotes there, look really nice. Very crisp and clean, easy to read and see. Oh, also got a Dadcraft one, nice. But yeah, welcome everybody. I was just recording a bit about entity processing chunks. But yeah, let me show you a little bit what we're doing. So I have a beacon farm. You guys know Java Edition, you're probably familiar with sand generators. And they duplicate sand. We can send this into end dimension, and now that the chunks are automatically loaded, you actually keep track of entities, make sure they don't pile up and lay down your computer or server. We can automatically chunk load this area here, which is in the overworld, by using a chunk loader. And we also have one in the nether dimension that will load. I guess the nether one loads the overworld, and the overworld one loads the nether, so they both kind of help each other. And then while they're loading the overworld, they're also loading the sand generator. And then the sand's going through, duplicating, and this part is also being loaded. So you can automatically collect the sand, so you don't have to worry about too much of it piling up, which normally before it just sit here, and wouldn't actually move or anything, just pile up as entities and crash your game over time. Yeah, so that's what we're looking at. Hoping to record the rest of it. Let's continue recording. Let's explain what entity processing chunks are. So these green entity processing chunks are the most useful ones. This is where entities can do stuff, such as like mobs can grow up. They're able to walk around in here and pathfind. And things like items can despawn and get moved by water. Which has a lot of cool uses, which we'll look into later. The red ones are just outside the green ones. These are the block processing or redstone processing. Make some examples here while we're... Emma says, I've seen some of your videos recently and I liked them. Well, thanks so much. I try to make them informative. As well as show something that's new. Just because I've been playing the game for 15 years, I mostly focus on new stuff, and I like discovering cool things to do with new updates. I'm always playing with like the latest snapshot and showing the latest glitches and tricks, which actually become pretty popular and later probably used by the majority of Minecrafters without even knowing where the origin came from. Which is one of the downsides to being the person that always finds new stuff, is that a lot of people will try to then take credit for your works because they want to show the cool stuff as their own. Okay, so redstone, we're talking about this, talking about pistons. Anything else that's redstone related? Block processing does anything to do. Block processing is anything to do with blocks. So blocks can change, like you can see this repeater can turn on and off. Pistons can retract and extend. Blocks can change states, like these rails can turn on and off. But when it comes to actual entities, if they get moved into these chunks here, as soon as they end up over here, since this is only a redstone processing chunk, it cannot process entities. So what will happen is the game will just stop the entity from moving, and it will completely unload it. And it won't process any more of its movements. So the minecart will just be stuck on the edge like this. Where entity processing chunks can move both entities and blocks, but the block processing can only do blocks. Now beyond this part here, and then the set of chunks that are just beyond the block processing ones are these ones out here. Colored in gray. These are mob cap processing. Meaning that they can keep track of if there's mobs out here. The mobs themselves won't be able to move around, but the game will still, but this area will still be loaded in just enough to know that there is mobs out here, and it's able to count them up. So with these three shulkers here, we can actually notice these shulkers. If we look in the F3 menu in Java Edition, this M means monsters, and we can see that there is currently 3 monsters. And if we would add another one, now you can see there is 4. This ability to see what type of creatures are in your game. So even if the chunk is an entity processing or block processing, we can still but is mob cap processing, these mobs here could prevent us from actually getting more mobs to spawn in our world naturally. And in this chunk we can't have any block, and in these type of chunks, no type of redstone work or mob processing. And in these type of chunks, the entities won't be processed or the blocks. So as you can see from the center outwards, the chunks become less and less useful and more restricted. So the best type of chunk are these here, the entity processing ones. And every time one item gets thrown in every time one entity gets dropped into the end dimension, this is the area which is going to be loaded. We're going to get a total of 9 of these. We're going to get a total of 9 of these entity processing chunks. Then a row of redstone processing, then mobcat processing, and then beyond all of this is the unloaded chunks. I illustrated these with some black blocks. This just means that the game isn't loading these at all. Thanks everybody hitting the follow button. So I'm recording different parts for upcoming video. Hopefully the video will come up tomorrow. Make sure you guys are subscribed to me on YouTube so you don't miss out on that video. Explain how you can do cool things with this. Hour stream, oh yeah. Now you understand the basics of now that you understand the basics of the different types of chunk processing which occur around the player and things that are going. Now that you understand the basics of how chunks are loaded around the player as well as around any type of entity that comes into the end dimension. Let's go ahead and see this actually in action. I'm missing my bees. Got rid of my special bee. Grab another one. I think they're in here. No, okay. Nothing. With custom spawn eggs. No. Okay, I could just do the command. Function. There. That, drop that. Your inventory. Pick them up. But let's actually see this chunk loading in action. Now, while I am standing here, I'm actually loading this as the player. But let's see how this actually looks when I am not here. put down some chunk analyzing bees. These are made for... These were made for me by Fax, and what they do is they tell what type of processing, and what they do is they tell what type of chunk they are in. And what they do is tell what type of chunk they're in. So I got 1B here. I got 1B here, and you can actually see it in the chat. So I got 1B here, and the B is actually saying this here. It's saying 6, 0. This is the number of this chunk. Every chunk in the game is numbered. You can see them up here at 3 screen. There's the 6 and there is the 0. One's the X value. One's the X value, one's the 0 value. One's the X value, one is the Z value. Then we also have another B, which is diagonal from it, also an entity processing chunk. And this chunk is called 5, -1. So this B here is saying 5, -1. It's also saying what type of chunk it's in, entity processing. And then we also have another B, which is a bit further out in this ring over here. This is B. This B is number 4, 2. This B is number 4, -2. But you can see 4, -2 says it's an entity processing chunk, and that's because I'm here. So what I want to do is I want to leave, and then we'll see what it says. Now I also have another B that's a little bit further out, and one that's even further out over here, which is supposed to be, which should be in unloaded chunks. So we should never see this number pop up, which is 2, -4. Let's go ahead and leave the end dimension. So once we leave, those chunks are going to immediately unload because the player left that dimension and we don't have anything chunk loading it. If I would go ahead and clear the chat and now we look at it, we can see it's not constantly updating it because everything over there can't actually, because all the bees over there are unloaded. So let's go ahead and just drop one item into this portal and see what happens. The item goes through, it's going to load the other side, and all of a sudden we start getting some information. It looks a little bit different than before. We got some different colors here. So we have our B which is in the center, which was 6, which was called 6, 0. We can see that is entity processing chunk. The next B is 5, -1, also entity processing. And then that next one, which was in the redstone processing or block processing, you can see it actually now says block processing and it shows up as red, just like the chunks did. And then the next B that's a little bit, and then the next B, and then the B that's in the next row outwards is the mobcat processing, which is the gray color. And notice we don't see any B that's, and notice that there is, notice that the B that's, and notice that the B that's, and notice that the B that's another row outwards. And notice that the B that is the next ring outwards doesn't show up here because it's in unloaded chunks. Therefore, it cannot respond. Okay, we're a good amount already. Okay, Nada, have a good one, Nada. Yeah, I'm probably gonna continue to try to record this all by tonight. Game rule 2. Spectator. Alright, chunks. True. That's false. Hey, Metro. First time chatter. How you doing? Yeah, so everything loads when an item is dropped through the portal. Yeah, everything that you can see that I marked out there. Oh. Okay, we need to unload these chunks here. What do I have this set to? Okay, so this isn't showing up. Oh, wait. Oh, it is showing up. Go far away. Go back. Meter says, amazing, how about you? I'm doing quite good. I'm excited about this. Yeah, it's not showing, probably just show what's being loaded. But I guess it kind of left off. I guess we probably should maybe put in a clock or something and then send items. I think it's trying to unload, but it's not really unloading. Oh, they say came from YouTube? Hey, welcome in. That's where I do all different things they see on my YouTube. Where I do it live. That's exactly how I do everything. If you have questions, ask. Okay, music clock. Let's put it here. That's weird. What's the custom? Oh, that's the thing that tells me if it's being chunk loaded or not. That should be enough. And game rule on chunk radius is 2. Should be where spawn is at. I do F3 plus A. That doesn't do anything. Okay. Spectator. Chunks. False. Just relog out here, maybe. Okay. Chunk loader should start, I think. Oh. Maybe it's not gonna start because spawn chunks are dead. That block. Spawn. Or portal. Why can't I see this portal? Oh, there it is. That should load with spawn point. And that should turn. Well. This world spawn point. Oh, this is not working. Okay. Okay. I want to like unload the rest of the chunks. Try relogging. Okay, it's loading it again. It's good. No. Everything else is also being loaded. Huh. This is not even being loaded up here. Little funky. Maybe I'll see it drop in though. Yeah. Well, I don't know how to unload that. Maybe if I leave as a player. Or maybe I could drop my render distance down. Simulation is dropped down. Oh, maybe I need. Oh, yeah, I probably need to drop my render distance down. I think you can check the stream by checking the timer underneath of it. After going to spectator, they gotta load up again. But still loads. Okay, I don't know. Like over here, for some reason this is left out. Yeah, I try and turn off so that as a spectator, I don't see chunks. How long have you been doing this? Oh, I think I mentioned that earlier. Didn't I tell you that earlier? I think it's like 6 years or 8 years. I don't remember, whatever it said. It's probably over 6 years. Or are you talking about how long I've been working on this project? I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. Yeah, I don't know. Don't seem to be working. I don't know if I need an alt account or what. Whatever. I was hoping it just to show exactly what it looks like, but it doesn't really show. I wonder why my chair is extra squeaky today. Let me see if I can put some oil on it. Alrighty. I grabbed some more water. Also, put some, I don't know what they call it, like oil spray or something on my chair. Try to get it to stop squeaking as much. Okay. No, the wrong one, didn't I? Yeah, there. I think it's because I'm using a foot controller. My weight's distributed a little bit differently on the chair, which makes it weak. Ways it probably normally wouldn't. It does sound better. Yeah, the game rule was turned off. It just isn't visually updating. I don't know what I have to do to make it visually update. Hope it just showed. Didn't show like the end island. That's okay. Okay, let's get that. Okay, that's fine, I guess. That. So what did I talk about so far? Talked about the trunk loaded. Okay. I think maybe next maybe I could talk about how this one works. Up above. Now this player list chunk loading works no matter what type of portal. Now this player list chunk loading works no matter what type of. Now this player list chunk loading works no matter what type of end portal you put the entities through. So this is the exit end portal which opens up after you kill the Ender Dragon. And just by putting items through this portal, it's not going to load this side, but it's going to load the side where these items end up. Which happens to be world spawn point. Turn off that. So imagine the items are falling. So imagine the items are going out of the exit end portal, and then they're landing here at the world spawn point, which is also known as your spawn chunks. And when they land, and because they're coming through the end portal, they're also loading the 3x3 area of entity processing, as well as the ring of block processing, and the final ring of mob cap processing. Then everything beyond that would just be unloaded chunks. Thanks for following, Gamma. Hey! Kojuro's here. How you doing there? I'll give you a shout out. We've been doing... Did it work? Oh yeah, it did work. Use Alt plus up. Select recent message sent by user. Huh. Alt plus up. Alt up. I don't know what that does. Don't seem to do anything. Welcome in, Moo. Nada says, I still haven't left. I was just curious. I was like, wait, was that you? Yeah, if you guys haven't hit the follow button, go ahead and do so. Help us get closer to 50,000 followers. Ba, ba, ba. But seeing as any items that go through this portal only end up in your spawn chunks, there's really no reason to load those. As those are typically already loaded by as those can be more easily loaded by using nether portals. As those are typically loaded on their end, as spawn chunks are typically loaded already by themselves. As spawn chunks are typically loaded by themselves if there's a player in the overworld. Otherwise, if there's a player in the end dimension or in the nether, they do unload. Otherwise, if there's a player in the nether or the end dimension, they can unload unless you have something. Unless you have a chunk loader over there, which you can do more easily by using a nether portal rather than using this exit end portal. So for now, we'll just ignore this portal here and we won't use it for actual chunk loading. Let's take a B over here. Maybe I'll see if it unloads. Okay, so turn to redstone processing. Does it all turn to redstone processing? I guess we should test it in the other world. Okay, let's put down some bees here. These are some what numbers are these? 2, 3, 1, 2. Oh, there's some pretty good with destruction, I guess. 2, 3, 3, 4. Put them over here. That way I can keep track of the numbers. These numbers go under, go beyond the they go from positive to negative, which is kind of confusing. Okay. Let's go back to the dimension. Let's down. How many bees do I have over there? Maybe I have to wait a little while. Next 15 seconds. It's nothing chunk loading, is it? Okay, it's getting smaller, right? No. Go back further. I guess we can relog. Huh. Where are these chunks? I don't know if it's keep track of these over here. Acts like it's loading these, but there's no more items coming through, is there? I guess I can kill these. Now we have some negatives. We have 0, 0, which is this one over here. Where's this? 2, -4. This is in the overworld. Negative. Oh, now it's missing. Wait, was it in the other dimension? Oh, it's in here. Wait, I have a B over here. um. Two. -4. Oh, I've got to kill this one. Hmm. I think that spawn trunks is supposed to unload. There's nothing going on from the overworld. But maybe I have a trunk loader though. Hmm. Force load. What trunks were found in the... I have that B, yeah. Just have this, but it's not actual trunk loader. Hmm. Cable. Spawn trunk radius 2. Okay, we're seeing that. I thought spawn trunks Would unload if you go to the other dimension. I used to be. And then when you log in, they load for a little bit, then they unload. Okay, that world spawn. Oh, spawns at. Wait, did it just move the spawn chunks to me? Oh, maybe that's. Oh, it did. It just moved the spawn chunks to me. I didn't want that. I thought it was telling me where they were at. Well, that definitely unloaded them. Not loading anymore. Let's go back. I can't remember where I had it. Is it here? I thought I put it like here or something. Okay. I'll have to remember that in future. I'm still a bit curious. I think of the old way there was. Wait, where's the other one? Is there some here? Oh, okay, I don't know where they were, but they unloaded. Five, 6, 5, 8. Probably the 5, 6. Five, 6, 5, 8. Okay, I don't know. Needs to be loaded. What they could do is start a new world. Hey, Graph. Welcome in. Oh, I guess some of them load. 5, 6, 5, 8. We should figure out where those are at. Or 5, 5, 8, 6, 8. Hasn't unloaded yet. Oh. 6, 8. That change? Oh, yeah, another block processing. The heck are these? Yeah, 3, 4, 3, 4, or 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5, 6. Then we have these 4, 8, 5, 8, 6, 8. Are they here in the nether? One time I had some chunk loaders and stuff in the nether. probably loading the next one over. These ones over here. What are these? 6, 8, 5, 8, 4, 8. Yeah, we're loading these because we're. That makes sense. Hmm. Okay, we're not seeing spawn chunks unload in this world. So why were we seeing it in another world? Okay, so it's loading the end and one other spot. Might be spawn. Oh yeah, see that. Turn to block processing. The end dimension's still being loaded. Okay, go away from the end dimension and unload. Well, I don't know. Pretty sure that's 103. I'm pretty sure that's end dimension. Because the city platform's at like 100. It says the city platform is still being loaded. From what though? Also says it's 58:46. So this B is loading. Not B shouldn't be loading it. It should just tell me if it's loaded. Okay, 58:46. I think it's this B here. 58:46. Oh wait. Oh, it's telling me the coordinates. It's not telling me the chunk. Yeah, why was the other bees showing the chunk? And I don't know. Oh, because that world is old or something. I think when we updated, when I put this into this world, the some of the stuff that wasn't working properly. Maybe it might not be working properly. Now it's telling the actual coordinates. rather than the chunk. I think this is to go through this portal. Block processing. It's starting to unload. Oh no, it's empty processing again. Bit scary. It might have to do with this thing. Oh, that thing's done smelting. Okay. I might have to do something with items going through. Okay, it does like 15 seconds goes by and then it switches. That's kind of what I would expect. I wonder why we don't see that with the previous world. Then somebody goes back to anti-processing again. Now it's back to anti-processing. It's not switching over again. Oh, now it's switching again. It's back to block processing. It's so strange. I should just finish this video because the video isn't really related to spawn chunks. Is it going to stay this way or is it going to switch back again? I guess I only really mentioned this because I mentioned in the video that it's useless to use the exit end portal to load spawn chunks. Oh, now it's switched back again. I don't know what's going on there. I'll look into that sometime. Let's continue recording. We're mostly talking about the end dimension. We could do more testing later. I have more time. What the heck just happened here? What just happened? Let me grab a clip of that. Pulls it over, and then this somehow gets moved over here and pushes downward. What in the world's going on? We're seeing the most bizarre things going on here. This is something related. I don't know. Weird. Let's take a piston. How many are these blocks real? We have too many. Okay. Oh, because only part of the chunk was loaded. So it's something to do with this chunk border. Okay, so like, how did this one move over there? This piston be over here. So this piston. I'll take a screenshot of this. Could have made that clip of it, I guess. Okay, it's there. And then lime was normally up here. Oh, okay. I think I understand what happened. So, well, this is actually pretty strange. Let me fix that and I'll show you guys what happened. What I think happened at least. It must be have to do with how the chunk was loaded. It wasn't loaded all together. And then this goes back again. Repeater and redstone. I'll have to figure out where those go. This one repeater redstone. Okay, it goes here somewhere, but that goes there, then this goes here, and I don't know what this is set to. Okay, let's do this one. Oh, it's not made chunk loaded? Okay, well. Okay, so the way it worked is this extended. So can I easily extend this? This got extended. And then one of these came down and picked it up. One of these went down, picked it up, and it went down. It took some of those with it. Right? Something like this. And then this one pulled back, and that's how the piston got over here. And then this piston extended, pushing it down, breaking the redstone. That is kind of strange, though. Where is it stuck onto? Stuck onto this block? Oh, I've never seen that before. Might also been just because my render distance was so low. Okay. The timing must not be right. I guess we can tell the end dimension's loaded because we have the little bee over there, the chunk analyzer. So it should unload. Okay, so now the end dimension unloaded. And if I turn this on, it'll load up again. Small number. Yeah, it loads again. So the duper is working because that means the extra piece is going over there. Alright. Kind of getting sidetracked. Let's record the next bit. Blah, blah, blah. So what can we do with the chunks? So what can we do with chunks in the end dimension being loaded without the player? Well, first off, we can actually run my automatic... Well, first off, we can run my automatic sand generator without a player. So typically what you'd have to do is have the overworld here being loaded by some nether portal chunk loaders, and then you would have to AFK over in the end dimension. Okay, let's get rid of that bee that's in spawn. That's causing problems. Bamboo won't grow without a player. I'll mention that in the video. So before the sand would get duplicated, sent over into the end dimension, but just because the sand was over there, but just because entities were being sent over there, didn't But just because the sand entities are going over to the end dimension, just because the entities were going over to end dimension, they weren't actually loading the chunks in the past. They weren't loading the chunks. So what you'd have to do is have a chunk loader load this machine here, and then you'd have to take the player over into the end dimension. That way you can load the sand, so when it just pile up over here frozen, and then you'd have like thousands of sand, which would eventually crash, which then you'd end up with thousands of sands just frozen over here. And then when you would come over here, you would load all those entities at once, which would crash your game or the server because nothing could be processed over here. So you'd have to have the player sitting over here loading everything so it could get processed, broken down, turned into items, and then picked up with hoppers and stored into chests. Now we don't have to do any of that. I guess I might as well put down some hoppers and chest over here. Okay, I'll leave that closed. I guess I put it down here. Okay, I'll turn off this for now. So now you could run my simple sand generator. But now you can actually run my simple sand generator or concrete generator all without a player. Because as it's getting duplicated, the other ones are being sent over into the end dimension, and they're actually loading the end dimension. We can see this because our B is saying it's entity processing at the chunk at the coordinates of 103 and 1, which is the obsidian platform over in the end dimension. But we also have this area. But we also have this area here being loaded. And that's because we're using my nether portal chunk loaders. So every time an entity comes over into this, chunk here, it will load this one as entity processing, as well as all the surrounding chunks. In the same manner as the end dimension loads chunks.
Can I interrupt you for a moment?
Yeah.
I'm going.
Okay, we'll see you, Nada. Thanks for helping out.
Yeah.
Let me read in chat. What version Minecraft right now? Let's see. Does the pin message say it? Yeah. But well, welcome in, Lemon. So by turning on the chunk borders, we can see the edges, and we know that this chunk is being loaded, as well as another ring outside of it as entity processing. This happens to be that our entrance and portal is between two chunks. we need to make sure that both these chunks can process entities, as when the sand falls, it is when the sand falls, it is actually an entity that wouldn't be able to, it wouldn't get processed in redstone, so it wouldn't get processed in just block processing chunks. And the way that we have this, and the way that we have items coming out of this nether portal here, and the way that we have items coming out of this nether portal here is that we have a machine on the nether side. So over here we have a different, over here we have a slightly different machine. This cassette, which has a nether portal, and underneath of it we just have a slow clock, which will send out a redstone pulse every 10 seconds. And then when it pulses, it's going to pulse all these droppers here, which is going to move items upwards. And this last dropper here is going to drop the item directly into the nether portal. This will teleport the item over into this side. And since it's moving in this direction, it'll continue flying over here and then falling down into these hoppers. The hoppers are then going to move it over into the hoppers are then going to move it over. The hoppers then push the items into these droppers, which then also get powered by a observer clock over here, which is constantly sending items all the way up and back up to this top dropper here. which sends the item into the portal, and this repeats the entire process. So the nether side is sending item to the overworld. This is loading the 3x3 chunks of entity processing. And then the overworld, which includes loading this machine, which will then send another item back over to the nether. And that item's going to load a 3x3 entity processing area around this portal here in the nether dimension. And because both these portals are loading each other, we don't even have to be here as a player. So if I would just leave this entire area, both nether portals will load each other, and then one of the nether portals will load the exit end portal. So both nether portals are loading each other, and then one of them is loading the stronghold, which is loading the sand generator, and then the sand generator is loading the end. We can actually see this in the chat. This big number here is the bee that's at the overworld stronghold location. Then the smaller number, which is 8 times smaller, is the nether portal, is the bee at the nether portal chunk loader. And then the really small number is where the bee is over in the end dimension. And if I would type in chat, you can see that this is constantly sending updates, letting us know that these chunks are continuing to be updated despite me, the player, not being there. Now the only time that these chunks will unload is if the server restarts on a multiplayer server, or if you're a single player and you leave the world. Now if we join the world again, all the chunks were unloaded when we left, so now it will only load the chunks around the player. And you can see that the chunk loaders, you can see the bees are saying, and you can see that we're getting no information from the chunk analyzers. That's because when we unloaded the world, they also unloaded any chunks that were being loaded. That way they could save them properly without any problems. So if we head back over here, we can see that we are now loading the overworld because we are standing here as the player. But the end dimension is not being loaded and the nether is not being loaded. That's because we just happened to unload the end dimension's not... The end dimension's not... The end dimension's not being loaded because we just happened to unload this machine right as the sand was falling and it accidentally broke off instead of being captured by the slime. So if we would just put this sand back here again, and now start duplicating sand over to the end dimension, once again loading the obsidian platform. We also happen to have the nether dimension unload as well. That's because no items are being sent through this portal yet. So if I would let it drop in one item, now it's going to send it over and load the nether dimension and load the nether dimension, and this will start the whole cycle back up again. Alrighty. But what if you want to load the end dimension without having problems of unloading? Now typically on servers, they don't restart it too often. Now often servers don't restart too often, so once you set this up, it should be good to go. But in single player, you do leave the game quite a bit. So rather than depending on like duplicating sand in order to get it over into the end dimension. So rather than relying on duplicated sand in order to load the end dimension, we can use something that's more consistent. So we can drop items over there. So I just have a dropper which is facing upwards, and it's going to drop a item into the portal every time this redstone gets turned on and off. And I went ahead and connect this directly up to the hoppers over here. So that every time this chunk loader gets activated with the item going through, it's also going to pulse this. Currently have it turned off. I can turn it on now. Now we can watch it. So now we can watch it shoot an item into the portal every time. Now we'll drop an item loading the end dimension using this here. We can also load it by using a duper. We can also load the end dimension by using infinite amount of items. But eventually you're going to run out of items. So there's an alternative way, and that's... So there is an eternal... So there's an entire... Can't pronunciate. So there's another way we can do this, and that is by duplicating not sand, but carpets. So I got a carpet duper here, and every time this piston extends and then retracts, it's going to duplicate one carpet, and then the carpet's going to fall into the portal, loading the end dimension. So depending on if your server allows duping or not, you can choose one of these methods to load the end dimension. So now that we have a system to load the end dimension after the chunks are unloaded, how are we going to load this overworld? Well, we're going to do that by loading the nether dimension. So if we go over here to the nether dimension, we just have our chunk loader, which is dropping items in about every 10 seconds. And every item that goes through is going to load the other dimension for 15 seconds. So long as the item goes through the portal every 15 seconds or less, it will continue to load the other side. And by setting the timer to 10 seconds, there's a little bit of lag or latency. Item will still get to go through before it completely unloads, which could be detrimental, which could break some farms like the sand generator. So now that we have the end dimension loaded, and now we have an automatic way to load the end dimension as well as the overworld. The question is, how are we going to load the nether dimension to start this all off? Because if you would leave this area and then leave your world and come back, this chunk here is going to be unloaded. Well, luckily when it comes to the nether, the distance between stuff is the distance between stuff is 8 times close. The distance between locations are 8 times closer than in the overworld. If you travel 1,000 blocks in the nether dimension, and then hop back over into overworld, you've just traveled if you just travel 1,000 blocks in the nether dimension, and then hop over to the overworld, you have traveled 8,000 blocks over. You've traveled 8,000 blocks on the overworld side. Okay. Oh, should I do this? Blah, blah, blah. So we can use this to our advantage. So I'm over here in our spawn chunks, and then if I go over through this portal, I'm going to end up in the nether dimension. Now I'm actually really close to the other nether portal. So we could create a bunch of these nether portal chunk loading lines. I could. So I could throw an item in from spawn chunks over through this portal, which would load this side. Plus, it would also load the next chunk over. Then we could set up another one of these chunk. I could set up another nether portal chunk loader where it could send an item through and back over again, and that would load another chunk, and we could continue this until we reach the location of the until we reach the location of the stronghold. Until we reach the location of the stronghold nether portal. Until we reach the location of the stronghold, but on the nether side. Where is that other portal? So this is at -8,300. $800, 300. Oh, yeah, it is kind of far away. Okay, -900, 100. $900, 100. Okay. So -Z, -X, -C. Over here somewhere. Okay. Okay. Look at this picture here. The 10 chunks away is a stronghold. What's the other distance? 2, 8, 1, 6 divided by 8. Okay, and divided by 16, 22, okay. Okay. I'm gonna grab some more water. Meanwhile, you guys can check out all my socials, and I will be right back. Okay, let's record the next bit. Let's record it. Blah, blah, blah. And you can learn about how to do this portal linking through the nether dimension in this video here. Where I use it to actually make a sponge farm in survival. Okay. But there is an easier way to load your end dimension. But there's an easier way to load the end dimension after restarting the world. This has to do with how far the end dimensions actually are. The first row can typically be found between 10 to 22 chunks away from spawn. Blah, blah, blah. The first ring of strongholds can be found between 10 to 22 chunks away from spawn if you're in the nether dimension. If you're traveling through the nether dimension. Blah, blah, blah. So all we have to do is from our spawn chunks, figure out how far we are from where we're currently working to the stronghold. And then we just hop over to the nether dimension. And then from here, all we have to do is increase our render distance. To a distance so that we can actually load the initial chunk loader that's on the nether side. So now you can see that I have it on. So with the render distance turned up, we can actually see that the chunks are being partly loaded. They're only being loaded as mobcat processing. That's because the render distance only That's because render distance will only make all the That's because render distance won't make stuff entity processing or block processing, but only mobcat processing. But only mobcat processing. So we're gonna have to go back into our settings and increase our simulation distance. Now on a server you can't Now on a server adjusting this won't affect anything in game unless you change it in your actual server settings. But here in single player, all we have to do is increase it, and now we're loading that nether chunk loader. You can see the nether chunk loader also goes ahead and then starts loading the overworld, and then the overworld one starts loading the end dimension, all without us ever having to leave our work area. We just loaded end dimension without. Now that the end now that the two nether portal chunk loaders are loading each other, we can go ahead and drop this back down again. And they'll continue to load each other without us having to load everything. Oof. So besides using, so what else can we use what else can we use the end dimension chunk loading for? Now we know we can use it for sand generators. We can also switch this out for different gravels and concretes to duplicate those. I explain how you can do all this in these videos here, which I'll have linked down in the description. But we can also use this to duplicate dragon eggs, as they're also considered falling blocks. And you can even do some weird stuff like duplicating dripstone points, scaffolding, and even anvils. Because all these are considered falling blocks. But we can also take advantage of the obsidian platform. That's this platform here, which you spawn on top of when going through the portal. There's some because every time somebody comes through the portal, they don't want them to fall into the potential void of the end dimension. This portal will actually place blocks. This platform will actually regenerate the obsidian, which makes up this 5x5, which makes up this 5x5 square. So you could mine up the obsidian and then have a clock on the other side, drop in a new item. You can mine up some of the you can mine up this. So you can mine up the obsidian on this side and then have the clock on the other side, drop in a new item to replenish it all. Or you can automatically have the obsidian broken by using withers, which I have. Which I have several different farms. Which I have several different obsidian farms using withers. You can check them all out in. You can check them all out in this playlist about wither cages. Okay. What else can we do? There's not too much we do with the end portal. Check my notes. Hey, Big O. Now there are other things you can do with the entity process. Now there's a lot of things you could do with the entity processing. Now there is a lot of things you could do with the entity processing chunks over here in the end dimension. But since it's a lot easier to actually make these same type of chunks by using the in the overworld or the nether dimension, it's better to make all other types of farms using that instead of trying to use these. It's better to use the overworld and nether rather than trying to use the end dimension. When it comes to something like the sand duplicating, when it comes to like the falling block duplication as well as the obsidian platform regenerating, these are unique to this area. These are unique to the end dimension, and that's why we're using it. But there's another thing that's unique to this area. I forgot I had to go to Otherworld. This world. Okay, now I want to show the gateway portals. Okay. Good. But there is another thing that's unique to the end dimension, and that is these gateway portals. These are the portals which generate after killing the dragon. These are the portals you get, and you get one of these portals every time you defeat the Ender Dragon. And because some of these gateway portals are actually inside of the entity processing chunks of the end dimension, you might be wondering, can we now send items through these portals to continue loading out beyond, to load areas out in the outer end islands? Well, let's go ahead and go through this gateway portal. And over here I actually have one of the bees. And over here I have one of the chunk analyzers. I should probably get rid of the other ones. You're good at aiming. This is why I don't do PvP. Okay, so we need to go back to the end dimension. So I have two chunk analyzers. And let's go ahead and go on the other side and throw an item through. Up. So if we throw an item through this, we can see it lights up as if the item gets teleported over there. And if we look around here, we can see that the item... So if we throw an item through, it lights up as the item gets teleported. And if we look inside of it, we can see that the item did in fact get teleported to the other side. But notice that we're not actually getting any... I notice that none of the chunks are actually loading on the other side. That's because the gateway portals don't actually load the chunks over here when items come through. It only works for the end portal. It only works for the end portal It only works for the end portal and not the gateway portal, which is a different type of block in the game. Now in the past I did show that it was possible to load through the gateway portals and actually load this area over here. But at the moment, this doesn't seem to work. You can always... But currently, this doesn't work. If it does change in the future, be sure to check the description for the latest on any changes to this chunk loading or the previous ones. You get the latest information about chunk loading. So you cannot put farms and machines on the other side at these outer end islands. But you could actually use these portals. You could use the But since the portals do unload stuff immediately, you could actually send stuff over here to End Dimension and then push them through a portal and have them get unloaded immediately. Such as like a wandering trader, so you don't have to worry about it eventually despawning. Or if you want to make sure a mob stays as a baby form, this is an easy way to get it into unloaded chunks without having to move it all the way to the edge. Great if you're trying to go for the rarest types of mobs in the game. Okay. Did I kind of cover everything? There's really not that much to the actual portal thing. I kind of want to do a tutorial on the actual chunk loader. Dang. Video's getting kind of long. I think we're going to find somebody for us to raid. I've been streaming for over 7 hours. Quite long. Stick around, guys, as we find somebody to raid. Meanwhile, check out my social links there on screen and in the chat.
4, 23.
Okay, I think we found somebody to raid. Let's raid Jeff. He's back to streaming on Twitch. You can finally raid them. They also stream a bit later than I normally stream. Let's see if we get all 26 guys to join in for a Jeff raid. We'll see what he's up to. He's playing some hardcore Minecraft. He got back into streaming Minecraft